Good morning, folks. Trenches here. Jinxie's probably fucking lurking. I Like Bunnies is going to be lurking. Vex is probably going to be lurking. We got the lurkers going to be lurking and coming here to this morning. I had such a bad headache yesterday. I could just not recover. Good news, I don't have a headache anymore. I had to take like 3 Advil yesterday. It was just like throughout the day, all at once, which is a lot for me. And yesterday was productive, but not productive on the things we need. There are some things that we should do today. We're all over the place though. I have so many VS codes open right now. It's unbelievable. Okay. Fragment Ventures, good morning. I was guys, I'm sorry. I was hoping Jinxie would be here so I could be like, Jinxie, did you see? I want to ask if they had the same issue happen, which is I woke up this morning and I'm like, wait, what? Why is my codex stuff, Jinxie? Why was my codex stuff reset? Oh my god, the FPS drops. I probably have to turn off that codex manager. I forgot. Oh god, it's good like so much. Sorry. Hold on. Quit there. 9 million active codex users gift. Boiz, I pre-planned it. Jinxie, my reset expires on the 17th. Does that mean it expires directly on the 17th or what? I changed frame to 30 FPS, boys. So you need to let me know if it's way worse or what. The drops are probably going to be more noticeable when the FPS does drop, but we'll see. And I just turned off the codex manager thingy because that's what will trigger the FPS drops immediately. I still have to revamp that to not be so intensive when it loads the model, or we just go spend $15,000 on a graphics card. That's all, We'll just start running a Blackwell fucking not even. What was it, A1000 or A something? Like, here you go, just buy this, $15,000, and H100 was it? Yeah. There you go, 48 gigs of VRAM, no problem. Yeah, I messaged Domino out of the blue. I was like, oh, the country you said you live in, I won't say it because I don't know if you want people to know. I'm like, that's too expensive. And they're like, what? Like, they messaged us a long time ago. I was like, CoreOS says that you should be our first hire. But then, where you live, it says it's too expensive. RTX 6000 Pro with 96 gigabytes? Damn. Yeah, I was all excited. I thought this morning I was gonna wake up, I was gonna be like 0 API limit, and then I was gonna use the reset. I was like, oh yeah. Actually, I thought it was more gonna be like 30%. But then when I woke up, I was like, what? 100%? What the fuck is this? Reset, boys. Reset. Which worked out perfect because I was already maxing the fucking plan. I was purposely trying to max just to use my reset, and then they're like, here you go. So now I'm like, can I even burn through the plan today to use the reset for tomorrow? I struggled yesterday, guys. I was doing things that were like just fucking YOLO. Okay. I took an entire Godot 3 project, had it converted to Godot 4 just to see. I think I burnt like 15 million tokens on just that. Like, we're at the weird spot. We're at the spot where the model... Okay, this is how fucking crazy it is. Okay, for those who use AI, let me tell you a low-key secret that will make you incredibly faster. Maybe I'm just naive and everyone does this. Listen up, Jinxie. You know... Oh, well, I don't know what operating system you're on. If you're on Linux, this is what you do. Go and swap out all your system commands for like the alternative faster shit. Okay? The rate in which you can spend tokens on a goal and how you're going to get shit done is not necessarily the time it takes for OpenAI to respond with its model. One of the biggest time gaps is getting the context to ship out the model. So it's going to be like sed, grep, find. It's going to be the file searching. You know what's faster than that? And let's just find a replacement for those command line tools. So I swapped out all my underlying system tools for the alternatives that, like, the community is usually like, oh, this is so much faster, but like not really, because no one really uses this to like care. Like, oh, you go from like 50 ms down to 12 ms. But I care when I start having AI do a ton of this stuff. And sometimes it's like 2 seconds down to like 50 ms. 1.5 seconds on each time the AI runs that command. Might run it 10 times in a goal set. It's 15 seconds right there. I didn't change out tools like PS and DF because it almost never calls those for me. And they're so light that they don't really matter. It's mostly ls, find, sed, grep maybe, or regex. I have to look at all of them. Right now, I'm denying it on I think 2 commands. Let me go look. And the way you can do this too is you can just put a forbidden in your config or codex on that pattern. So if it goes to use find, it will forbid that and prompt you. And then I can just tell it, like, don't use this command, use something else. But I already have a system level inject to specify, hey, by the way, when you're going to be using these commands, you should be using the alternatives anyways. And so far that's worked. But if for some reason it was to ignore the system prompt, I actually just have a control, like, what do they call it? Not guardrail, not rig. But anyways, there's a security context that forbids the default systems. So if I go into the codex and I cut out big and I go down, let's see, where did you add those Uh, oh yeah. So in Codex, I have a rule for fast search rules. Prefix rule, grep is forbidden, and find is forbidden right now. And the justification is use RG or grep instead, depending on what it's doing. And then for find, it's forbidden, and I tell it to use FD or RG files or BFS. See, you could go way more advanced. I like to keep my stuff very minimal with my interactions with Codex, to be honest. I do minimal. My MCP is basically two. One is Playwright, and that's just to manipulate a browser and to launch in the browser. So that's how, like for game dev, I do testing through web, and that's how. And then the second one actually might be Codex itself. Is some manipulation for that. But some people go crazy. They have like fucking 50 of these. They have in-memory contacts. All. I'm like, bro, my code base is, for the project I work on, is honestly minimally small enough that I don't need a giant in-memory fucking context for the AI to run more efficiently. I set goals that I think are insane, and the max goal I've ever had take is 9 hours. And what was that? It was a broad, open-ended goal, which was just basically like either performance or simplify. Oh, and whatever those were probably something like maintain functionality exactly as is. Hey boys. Hi Hal. But that's awesome. I haven't used any. Oh, harness. There we go. Harness was the word I was looking for. Wuzzy Wizard, yo. Oh, we got some pretty chatty folks today. So we're doing our treadmill steps. We got to get in 100 calories, 91 more to go. We're drinking the Kazi. I was gonna say we're drinking the Kazi. That's what happens when I read Wuzzy Wizard and I want to say coffee. I call it the Kazi. We're drinking the Kazi. Ew, that kind of sounds gross. But yeah, those of you who are game dev in Godot, I had it entirely move a Godot 3 game that is in like the worst possible fucking hodgepodge Frankenstein you could ever think of. Every bad practice you can do. In-camera manipulation, non-dialogue system, so a handcrafted, fully positioned dialogue system. What else? Just, the worst code base I've ever probably read in terms of like coding. Like first intro dev does things like everything is, don't use arrays, just make everything a ton of variables. And then I was like, okay, hey, can I use that code base to like run Codex and see if it can convert from Godot 3 to 4? And I didn't have high hopes, to be honest, because it does some dumb shit. And it was able to do it. There was some finessing, mainly that it said it had converted, but there was things it did somewhat miss, or the functionality it changed, but it wasn't like deprecated. Like the way it handles certain like stretch positioning got changed. But going through, it ran, got it runnable. I was like, wow, okay. And then it run runtime errors, a couple of those, like 5 or 6 of those got through. Then it was just highlighting out certain things on just print screens, sending it in and be like, hey, by the way, there's an artifact here. Oh, by the way, this positioning is not actually correct to Godot 3. Like, it didn't actually take that long, and boom, the game runs. There's still a couple edge cases I've noticed. And then after that ran, I was just like, yo, simplify, re-architect the code base, fix the performance, but maintain game functionality. And that goal took less than 2 hours. And it was like, damn. And the only reason why I technically ran that command, like the project, is if I rerun new commands, now the time to execute is way quicker because the context is actually smaller. Because let's say you have a shit in code base where you don't use like arrays, you declare everything as individual variables. It means it has to read in like a fucking file 10 times, 100 times in some case, the size it should be because you didn't use like a data structure, let's say. So then when I have it simplify, all of a sudden every other command that we're going to run sequentially nope, can't even say after this is going to be that much faster. I was going to say sequential, but that's not it. So our Max Blade guy, he has inspired me. Yesterday, I was burning the tokens on creating a paradigm so I could keep context of how many codexes I have. It's working, but one, it gives too much context. It's actually too much to comprehend. It needs to keep it way more condensed and shorter, which I need to change the system font and limit the amount it could send out. The second thing is when that model loads, the model is heavy enough that it actually boops us on the encoder for OBS and the FPS drops. I don't think I'm going to be able to really get around that. The weird thing though is the VRAM. This is what I don't understand. I have to get Codex Silicon. Is the VRAM is not maxing out. I actually think it might be something. I have to look at the profile. Like I peg one of the cores or something when this shit task kicks off, and that causes issues with OBS falling behind on like general CPU stuff and not the GPU. But I haven't looked. I mean, I won't actually be looking. I'll just assign out the task and things like this. How do your games perform in Next Fest? Meh. Like, meh. Like, they didn't get content coverage. None of them had, like, I would call it momentum going into Next Fest. So they came out with, like, I honestly have to, like, log in and look at that if it still has the Next Fest banner. The lowest end, I think, like 1,500 wish list on one game, and then on the highest end, like 2,200 maybe 2,500 wish list. For keeping context on your codec sessions, you can try using something like Herd with workspaces. I've been trying, or Herder, I guess it's play on like herding. And it's been great at helping me categorize which sessions are working. I'm just building it, man. That's the crazy thing. That's what the paradigm is that people are forgetting. It's like not the paradigm people are forgetting. The paradigm is shift to the point that I could go fuck around with the tool you're just saying, and maybe it works for me, and maybe it's good enough. Yeah, see, CPU is pegged right here. This is probably it kicking off the processing. Or I can just literally go ask Codex to build exactly what I want. In the way I want, the way my workflow best works. Like, the only way that the other way works is that workflow is more effective and more efficient than mine. And that the barrier of switching is low enough for the benefit. There's very little outside of just like the feature, and even then, that's the other thing I'm saying is even if it has more features, and even if mine can never catch up because they're paying for like fucking 10 Codex Pro plans. The difference is, do I need the more features? Is that just adding onboarding complexity? Is that just adding more shit that I have to go around with that I'm never really going to use? Is it adding a friction to my workflow? Sure, it's going to take me like probably 5 to 6 days finessing context manager to be where I needed to be. But how long do you think it's going to take for me to get further workflow to match, or me to feel comfortable with it? Like maybe it's flawless. Maybe I run in and it's just like, fuck, this is it. This is what I should be using. But for me, I'm using GPT 5.6 Soul Pro on X high reasoning, whatever the max is. That's all I run. I don't run any of the other fucking models. Zero, literally zero. And I don't run token based. I run subscription based because I'm hands at keyboard, and I don't need. I'm basically a one-man team. I don't need a CI fucking pipeline. I am the fucking pipeline. Not that I don't believe in that stuff. I come from a software development background. Now, Alex, it's a good morning. Resets. Only API reset. I was expecting to come back 30%, maybe 0%. I queued up all my shit last night. I was down to like below 50 a little bit, and I was ready to use my expiring reset for tomorrow. I wake up, what the fuck is this 100%? Wait, what? Bro, I used it so much yesterday. Like, I did fucking shit that would have taken months to do yesterday. I was telling chat, I converted the most Frankenstein in Godot 3 project to Godot 4 just for the lulz. And probably burnt at least 10 million tokens doing this. And I can't say it one-shot it, but it was hella fucking close to one-shot. Like it was base one-shot, and then me going in and just being like, hey, by the way, you missed this. By the way, this is fucking, the collision's weird here. Like just image. You should have used it, man. That's why my wife's always like, why are you always doing things with the agents? Why are you obsessed with the agents? I'm like, you just don't understand. It's like, it's a unique time in history. Have you played the Desrawl demo? What's the Desrawl demo? I have not, unless I have and don't recognize the name. Main window. This thing is what I guess you're talking about. Wow, a lot of followers. Interesting, really. Interesting. What is it's literally just like idle wow. Even the UI looks WoW-esque. Oh god, this looks so WoW like. No, I haven't played it. I have a. I'm not usually that excited for anything that's like idle. So, boys, what's your plans today? Stream's been long. How long? 33 minutes. We've already spent 5% of our full fucking limit. There's too many things, boys. You know that? I got so many things. I don't even know if I can. I think I have to go back to the. Thorny doesn't know if he can stream anymore. Okay, one of the issues though is the codecs. Oh, there's the FPS. Oh god. Oh god. One of the issues is the codecs extension. I don't know why right now. Just pegs the fucking CPU on opening it. Just fucking pegs it, boys. Thorny only likes not safe for work games? What do you mean? No. Finish work, go to dev meeting, get some feedback about how game sucks, same old. Play prof, no. Just no. Go get Jippity. Go use free Jippity. And go have it do exactly that. If you don't have free Jippity, even better. Go fucking prompt it to do an assessment of your game. No code modification. Review your game for pros and cons, gaps, features, enhancements. You don't have to implement it all. It's just for brainstorming. You are the designer, but it's just for you to get the feedback of like possibilities. And you're like, oh, actually, I kind of like that. Oh, that would make sense. Oh, the yada yada. It's a rubber ducky. I mean, it's a lot more than a rubber ducky, but can ChatGPT review games? How? Giving it the game? That's one way. For me, on the plan I have, I just can have Codex open on the project folder, like the actual stuff I've written, and just ask it like, no code modification, just go tell me what the pros and cons of the current game design is. Done. But don't just use it for just code. That's the thing. Like, people are just thinking, oh, it's just this technical tool for implementation. It's the same way you have to think about it as a coworker. Like back in the day, you wheel over, you're like, hey, I'm working on blah blah. Like, what do you think? They're gonna be like, that's the dumbest fucking idea ever. How would it review my game? You have Codex, open up your project. Say, no, spin 3 agents, period. No code modification, period. Tell me pros and cons of my game design, period. If you want to do really well on that, when you said spin 3 agents, say spin 3 agents with conflicting viewpoints. There. Or counter viewpoints to each other. And then when Codex goes to spin the agents, it will summarize it that there are other agents running. The parent one will keep reference to what each agent's doing. So the first one, it will pick a task, push that out. The second one, it will make sure it does not pick the same, or it will say you must make a counter argument to what the first agent is and provide whatever the context for the first one was before spinning off agent 2. You'll have no code modifications in your repo, so you don't give a fuck. And even if it did, you would just undo on this one. So you could just git add, commit, blah, blah, blah. There's your history. Don't believe it, Hal. That's fine. I use it all the time. There's tons of game design that I do through this. That's what you guys are missing. The gap is so much tinier right now than you think. This is one of the reasons why I switched to co-working. If you guys actually saw some of my workflow, you'd shit the bed. It's such a competitive edge, it's unbelievable. It's one of the primary reasons why I started thinking about stopping streaming. Yeah, okay, I didn't like some of the harassment and bullying. And 2, the schedule was kind of meh. And 3, I have a bunch of games to release. But to release the games at the pace I am and in the time frame, you would have to see day to day what my actual workflow would look like if I streamed long periods. And then I realized, oh, bro, the competitive edge I have over 99% of game devs right now is the difference of I can ship 10 games a year and others are struggling to do 1 a year. Don't over constrain it. Here, look, I'll write it. Here. Literally, that's what you want. Spin up 3 agents with different viewpoints, period, no code modification, period. Gather pros and cons of the game design, period, outline in a table. Done. And that's another thing. Douchey. It's like, you guys could just have this conversation with something first. You know, ChatGPT, okay, on the max whatever shit that you have on your available plan or free plan, whatever. And you just turn on the fucking mic and you're like, how would I get Codex? I want a prompt for Codex to give me good feedback on my game design without code modification. Can you give me that? Don't even say can, just say give me that. You could probably even drop that. And then you take that, whatever, and actually the low-key hack there is probably say, in the minimal language and most concise way is what you tack on. So it doesn't give you a fucking novel. It's going to try and give you a fucking novel if you don't. And I ain't got time to copy and paste that shit. And whatever it gives you, you could start there. You could start there. Jinxie's talking about using other models to combat, but I don't even go that far. If you really want to be more advanced, you would just have the agents with, like I said, diverging viewpoints on whatever comes out, and have the parent one summarize out what would be the best, what it believes to be the best prompt. Oh yeah, you could also ask for it in HTML, but on the Codex stuff, it's going to be formatted to Markdown. So generally, I find that pretty good already. And when I set it outline a table, it's going to force the pro-con list into a table. So what does combat mean? I never heard of that in it means just like fighting opinions, arguing, like taking the counter side. Like me and you, if we're arguing, you could say we're fighting. You could almost say we're combating each other in words. I mean, it's a little bit, we're not actually fucking, well, I hope we're not actually fighting. But you're essentially pinning two against each other. So you could say, oh, I want model A to basically combat model B. Or you could use it as a counter argument of like, I want it to combat, fight, counter whatever viewpoint the other has. And because the models are also trained differently, you could get that. I get it, like you and Marnix. Well, no, that would require a fight, and there's no fight there. I'm just the winner. In real life, he'll beat the shit out of me. He's got high advantage. He's in 2 times my muscle mass, probably. Way more athletic. Don't worry though. I'll knock him out with a bank account. Oh! I'm just kidding. Blue past 3K wishlist, got 100 yesterday alone. Good. Fast fire, get cover, boys. I didn't start it, boys. Fucking, I get linked from their live stream where he's like, oh, Look at Orbreaker. Look how basic it is. If we wanted and if we were serious, we could totally do this quicker than them and a better game than them. And I was just like, all right, guys, you already tried that strat. It's called MMO 98. Did it make you money? Yeah. Did you make a better game? No. Been working on a game for the last 3 months. Any chance to get some feedback from you, Corey, about how fast you get disengaged? Do you have a demo? Or at least a Steam page with screenshots? We could take a look. And just rewinding a bit, the thing is, it's not about working hard. Like, on some level, okay, if you're maximizing how smart you're working, then yes, you have a competitive advantage of the pace and the amount in which you can work, right? But then there's a balance. Like, someone I know works very, very little. They work about max 5 hours a week. Okay. Do you know what they make a year? $40 million a year. The fuck? They'll tell you themselves they don't work very hard. Did they used to work very hard? Yeah. But now, well, prior, they had built up such a good wealth that they said, fuck working hard, I'm just gonna work very smart. I don't need to make 100 correct decisions. A lot of times I just need to strategically make 3 very, very good correct decisions. 3 very important decisions need to be nailed down and correct. And I also know people who work fucking 100 hours a week and barely scrape by. I'm not gonna say just work more is a low IQ way that's housing. And because there's a level of it, just you can't just say just work smarter. It's like, yeah, there's pros and cons, there's a weighted system there. And sometimes you're capped on how smart you can work. If you don't have the experience or the expertise, there's a ceiling to how smart you can work on or knowledge of how to improve your work itself. And then working harder or more, I guess those are kind of the same in the scenario we're talking about, is the lever that you have. And that makes sense. That's what you have. That's what you can control. But there are other times where actually you're better to work less and reallocate that time on how to be more efficient or more knowledgeable, different positioning, different perspective. Sometimes you realize you're in the wrong fucking game. Like, you could work hella hard on like let's just pick on my typical thing, a puzzle game. We know somebody who worked hella hard, I know somebody who worked hella hard on a puzzle game. Okay, they're a Twitch streamer. I highly recommend following this person. Their handle is Foolbox. They made a game called Block Shop. I think it's an incredibly good puzzle game. It's well polished. It looks visually great. I think the puzzles are clever. There's an entire puzzle building engine in the game that he built for anyone to make their own puzzles on the game engine, like in the Godot game engine on top of his game. Great game. Worked very hard on it. No question of dedication to that and how hard they worked on it. But it's a puzzle game. And maybe in that project, it would have been smarter to wrap up earlier and not have built like a puzzle engine and all this on top of it and have just switched gears to an entirely different game. Like, maybe, I mean, I don't know. My gut says yes. given what the market says and what the market's rewarded. I don't be, maybe it's a controversial statement, and I can't remember offhand the exact quote. I remember the individual, and I'm not trying to put this person on a pedestal. It's just who said it. And I'm not all about grind bro culture. It's like Gary Vaynerchuk, as an example, made a quote on something that kind of didn't get as much flack as I thought, and it was along the lines of, if you work 80 hours a week for like a long enough time and you're not making like 100K plus, you lost. You fucking lost. I'm sorry, but you lost. You just fucking lost. Like, working hard doesn't necessarily always mean you're going to gain success. And there is a case in which you can just lose. You could just work your fucking your eyeballs off, or your balls if you want to say that, and end up just barely scraping by. And guess what? You rolled the D1 out of whatever the dice is, and it fucking sucks, and you lost. Because in those scenarios, someone who's working that hard, even just pure fucking sheer will, not even they're working smart, just purely on hours. And the game sort of changed a little bit with AI, because that's where things got complicated on this balancing. But if you go back, let's say 5 years ago, or 3 years ago maybe, then statistically speaking, you're putting 80 hours a week on anything. And I'm saying 100K from where I live. So like, if you're in like fucking a country where like median income is like $5,000 or less, like obviously you can't apply that over to your country, you know. But where I am, you're working 8 hours a week and you're not 100K gross income, bro. The stats are against you. Just working, like, what is that? What is that per hour? $24 an hour if you're working 80 hours a week for 52 weeks. I'm not saying it's a glamorous life. That's not what we're saying. And I'm saying, yeah, that's unsustainable, and people have other commitments and they can't do. I get that. That's not what we're talking about. We're not talking about all this other fucking shit that you guys are gonna use to try and make the point not as valid as it is. We're talking about, you are able to do it. You do it. You aren't making that kind of money. You fucking lost. You rolled the fucking die. Now, is some of that just pure luck? Yeah. Some of it's in your control. You continue down a path of like, well, I'm making that because I do cleaning and I charge $18 an hour for the cleaning, and I don't increase my price, and I just keep the same clients and I just work my ass off. Versus there, smarter might be, you know what? Maybe you just need to fire half your clients and double your rate. You'll work half the hours. You lose half your clients, but you double your rate. You actually are netting the exact same amount. And probably, to be honest, the clients who can afford to pay you $35 or whatever it is, $40 an hour, in my experience, bitch less than the clients who are paying you $18 an hour. Now, they might have a higher expectation because they're paying it. You need to make sure what you said is done and communicate it. But if you fulfill what you say you're going to do and what they pay, normally the higher up you go, the less bitchy customers are. Now, if you're charging like $100 an hour for cleaning, and you're like, yep, we clean all the baseboards, we do the dishes while we're here, we put the laundry in, and you don't do half that shit, of course they're going to be fucking outraged. You're like, I'm paying $100 an hour and you're not even doing what the fuck you said you're doing. You know, at $18 an hour, you're like, well, what can I really expect? I'm paying $18 an hour. Like, that would just be like bonker steal if they did all that other shit. They're willing to put up with it. But you're equally probably going to just bitch and whine because money's tight. So you're going to want to feel like you got good value for it. Because those who have money and wealth, they don't think, did I get a good value for what I'm paying? In terms of the, like, cleaning cost me $100. It's not about the value that person did, it's the value that I'm extracting. That means I don't need to do that. How much time am I saving? How much more am I making? Oh, this is a no-brainer. Fuck it. The cleaning, pay for the cleaning person. The other side of the equation might be they're not making more money, so they're spending money for this. So then they're assessing what they're paying against your ability to execute on it. See? It's just slightly different. Slightly different. Now, really wealthy people, you know what they fucking do? They play both sides, because they hire somebody who isn't making their money to somewhat do that shit. But if you have like a personal assistant, one of the low key strats to this shit is the mindset of that personal assistant is going to be the mindset of how much they usually make. So if you have a personal assistant, I don't know, theoretical number, they make 100K, you make 10 mil a year. That 100K person is going to assess the cleaner that you're paying, whatever, $100 an hour at the same level that that assistant makes. So they're going to be hella stingy on that. Now, sometimes if you underpay your staff, they're like, I don't give a fuck. The person making 10 mil can afford it. But see, assistants usually are in the weird spot of feeling like their job depends on them delivering, even not on their work. Because they found the person, they hire the person. Who gets the flack if it fucks up? The cleaner a little bit, yeah. But the assistant. There's actually Aronix, I'll call it a study. I don't remember if it's actually a paper you can find. But there's an airport. I think it's in the UK. And it had like, because I think they're talking about Heathrow. It's not this airport. They're talking about the counter argument to Heathrow. Like, everyone's going Heathrow, but you're likely to get delayed. It's like super busy, all this stuff. And there's another airport that's like 30 minutes away, and you can basically get in. Security lines are way less, way easier. Flight times exact same. And they couldn't figure out, for the love of God, why people weren't booking this. Why were the planes not packed? And there were business flights. Like, why aren't the business people leaving the major airports to go to this other airport that has all the other amenities, all the other service? Like, it's same pricing, it's a win-win. You're just less likely for cancellations. Security times are way more predictable, way less. And then they realized, on business, who books the flight? The assistants. And if you're in a buttfuck nowhere airport, let's call it, or like a no-name airport, and there's a cancellation, whose fault is that? The assistant. Why the fuck did you book me at this airport? But if that assistant books at like the #1 fucking airport in the world with the most connections and the most air travel, you can't turn around and say, what were you thinking when you booked me in the #1 airport in the world? You have nobody but the airport to blame. And that was a problem that airport had to overcome. Is how do you have to build up a rep that is the obvious choice. You have to actually educate the buyer to get their assistant to tell the assistant, oh, I don't want to go through Heathrow. Fuck that. The lines is here, all that, all this. Let's go to the other airport. And once they say that, all the blame is off the assistant. All right, so git pull. Oh, we need to speed up. My knees are killing me when I'm walking that slow of a pace for that long. I need to open up the Godot in a moment. So I need to make a new workspace called orb. Open up the terminal, go here, move this to orb, move this to orb, go over there, go orb, restack those, close this, open up Godot. See, boys, this is how we quote, this is how we hack everything. You just gotta think different. Working hard is not the smartest thing to do. Actually, I'm a little bit behind. That was like 10 minutes ago. But I only kind of just noticed that. But you have to be cautious on that statement. Working hard is not the smartest thing to do. It can be, to what we were saying. Sometimes that's all you can do. Skill set, expertise, you don't know how to work smarter, you don't have access to it. The time frame doesn't allow you to work smarter. Like, you got $10,000 of like mafia loan debt due in X days. There's not really a work smarter there. There's probably like a really work hard and go do fucking Instacart, Uber, and like min-max every single fucking hour you have in the day to get as much money as you possibly can. I mean, the smarter thing is in the past not have been in that scenario, but early on in your career because of content checks. Yeah, because that teaches the experience and the knowledge to be able to recognize when to be more strategic, when to think smart, how to even think that way. Smart thing is not to go to the casino and go all in on one number. Well, the casino always wins, so the smarter thing is to not go to the casino, period. Unless you're so smart you found a way to exploit the casino. Okay, conclusion. Max is sleeping. I feel like I need harsher agents. Well, then just word it that way. Don't ask for a pro/con. Just ask for con. Then you have to be good enough, self-aware, or you need to feed it to other agents to distill you fluffing up yourself and reading and go, oh, I'm on the right path. And just ignoring blindly all the criticism that just came back. If you only take out the good, then yeah, you're going to think, oh, I'm on a great path. The doctor's in the house. Dr. Cody create. Hype. I can't remember if you guys can read here the orb breaker sound right now, but whatever. I'm just testing some stuff. And I want to get done the treadmill to get the fuck off. 19. I think I glitched the game, but that's alright. Unlock this level. Oh, I really glitched the game, I think. Uh-oh. at this. There. Morning, how much do you work? Like always 40 hours, bro. I clocked in a min of 75, I think, a week right now. I guess it depends on what you consider work. Because like I will count stream time in those hours, but I don't. If you ask me, is that actual work? No. Is that time that takes up in my calendar? Yes. Am I as productive as I could be in that? No. But time allocated on my calendar to non-field time, non-family, non-day-to-day, it's at least 75 hours a week right now. And I don't say that in such a way that I think, oh, everyone should just be working all the time. What the fuck did I do to the game? Somehow, I totally... Either Andy made a commit to fuck the game, or I did. Because somehow, level 1 is now where the game ends. And... Okay, so I go upgrade, and I go here, and I go unlock next level. Okay, I think it was my save state was fucked. Like my save file had an internal flag that I beat the game. Alright, that would make sense actually. Oh, I just died. Saka Studio, morning, good morning. Weird, why can't I see my message when send you the demo link? Oh, on YouTube, maybe I have the setting, but it actually will deny links on YouTube. Maybe that's just a setting I haven't enabled, but yeah, if you're on YouTube and trying to send links, it will deny. Okay, we got 6 more calories to go. And then I'll put the halfy chair down. And we'll switch, and I'm getting more coffee. It's like, so there could be an argument to be made. There is an argument to be made that it's unhealthy what I just said. It's non-sustainable. And I don't buy it, to be honest. I'm sure my wife has a counter argument to this. But I think it requires creating a life that allows it. Like when I'm maxed on my working stuff, or work, I don't say this as a brag. I just say it as I measure it. Calendar wise, like booked stuff, not excluding day-to-day, sleeping, eating, cooking, family, downtime, like watching a show at night. I've hit, oh fuck, the terminal's because of this stupid stop. There we go. I've hit 90 hours a week. Are those all the same productivity? Absolutely not. That would be insane, and I would love to know how to do that. One could say that's totally unsustainable and unhealthy. I don't really buy it. I think it just requires shaping a life that allows it. Now, what I do know is not feasible and sustainable is if you try and do that and then fit everything else in and you crunch out other things. And that's usually the contention that happens, as an example in the past with me and my wife. It's like, I can't do 90-hour work weeks and then not have everything else fall into place and be like flawless. Like I can't do 90-hour work weeks consistently and come down and like the house looks like a fucking disaster. Oh, you just need me to watch the kids an extra 40 minutes because you want to go get milk. It's like, yeah, but I don't have the time for that. Like, I just don't. It's not like, oh, I'm trying to disown the responsibility. It's like, just look at the calendar. Where do I fit that? And that's where most issues happen. Is like one side of the equation doesn't understand the other side. And the way if you're in this scenario with your other person, the way I would explain this to them to get them to understand is think of the most busiest person that you know that makes whatever the most amount of money. Because usually those are the people that you're going to know. In terms of like idols or work ethic that's publicly available to you. That's just a whole other level. Like, do you think I would go if I knew Jeff Bezos and be like, hey, yo, can I just grab 30 minutes of your time to just like YOLO, whatever? No, that would be fucking insane. So when you have one side of the equation that just thinks and disowns the other side in terms of like, oh, can you just do this? I fucking hate when this is said to me. When the other person's fully capable of doing it, and they're like, oh, can you just do? I just need you to do. Especially if it's not planned. I hate this. Because if I sit there and I'm like, well, the other person's capable of it. Yeah, but it would just make my life easier. And I'm like, do you need your life easier right now? Because my life is hella maxed. So if you're telling me your life is literally hella maxed, where you have no fucking available time, and if I held a gun to your head and you can't do it, okay, I'll do it. No problem. I will suffer more to make it possible. If the answer is no, then it's what the fuck? You just don't understand the other side then. And this is a big gap I see. You'll have society against you on this. You'll have family. You'll have loved ones because they haven't lived it. That's probably one of the most things I've noticed in my career is people don't understand it because they've not pushed themselves to a limit of even fucking living it. And I'm not saying push yourself to a breaking point of like, oh my god, your world's going to end. We've talked about this on stream. I think a lot of people use things to protect themselves for excuses and not the reality of what the statement is. What do I mean by that? I can't do all that because I'll burn out. Will you? Will you? And at what point? You're telling me if one day, 1 week of your entire life, instead of you doing 40 hours, you had to do 60 hours this week. That will burn you out? Well, no, but if I keep doing it, okay, so then that statement's bullshit. Statement's actually, if I do these long enough, I will burn out. Okay, so what is long enough? But reality is not even that. Most people say this because they would just rather fucking doom scroll on their phone. And they just don't want to admit to themselves that in this moment, I just am lazy, or I want to be unproductive, or I can't face myself because I don't know how to move forward with whatever I'm stuck in, or whatever. But you just have to be fucking honest. But there's so many ways in the current society to hide behind things that society has normalized. Because on the extreme side, yeah, you can burn out. Yeah, it does happen. Yeah, there is a real thing called mental health. Yeah, there is sickness. There is a level of working yourself to your deathbed. Absolutely. But I think of it as a bell distribution, right? There's like nowhere, and then there's where most people are falling, and there's the extreme. This extreme is usually where that is. Okay. And I think a lot of people think they're in the middle, and the reality is actually they're not. They're actually at the low end of the tail. I think the tail, this distribution has shifted, but the mentality where people are has stayed as the original because of this mantra of repeating that if you don't balance life, work-life balance, you're going to burn out. Mental health. Saturday was drugs and game day. Today was self-awareness day. That's why I love this stream. Me too. I mean, I sound like a broken record because I've said some of this before, but it's just like, I just feel like some people come in, or I just self-reflect on my own life and how people think. And when I interact with, I'll just put in quotes, normies, and I'm just like, what the f- are people doing with their lives? What the f- are people doing with their lives? It's like no intention, no planning, no nothing. It's just wake up on the whim of whatever biology lets you feel. And just saying, it is what it is. It's funny, Lee Prof, because you said, I have a friend who was telling me that housework was starting to burn him out. He was handling cooking, kids, cleaning his job. And then I would also say the other part of that is there could be entirely true statement to that. Like, it means like they're not even the single parent, because I don't want to disown the partner to who they are with. It's like, but if all responsibilities of that fall on them, they are pulling an 80-hour work week. And there is a likelihood that they will burn out. The other part of when I hear that is, this is where we get to smart. Like, do they need to be working the 80 hours? Like, their job might be 40 hours, they can't get around that. But like the kids cooking and cleaning, it's like, do you need to spend an hour and a half every night on meals? Or is the actual low key thing there is you spend 2.5 hours on Monday, but it saves you the other 45 minutes Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday on the pre-prep. But I don't know why, guys, maybe it's ADHD, maybe it's like fucking thorny weirdness wired. I don't know why is it uncommon for people to self-reflect and find these efficiency optimizations in their own day-to-day life? It just goes right over people's heads. Like what I just said there, the amount of encounters I have with folks who never think that way. They're just like, oh, it's unsustainable and I'm going to burn out. And I'm like, okay, how do we make a more efficient system? It's just a process, guys. Like, it's just a fucking process. Like, if I made your job X thing and I said, look, if you can finish it sooner and I pay you the same, would you not be incentivized to find a way? Or at least think or try a way? Because people can't self-reflect. This is why therapy exists. I think some of it is schooling, to be honest. Because if you really look at schooling, it's not really structured to incentivize acceleration. if you finish your work early, very few teachers are just going to let you go do whatever the fuck you want. If you finish your homework or the stuff you're supposed to do in class, you have to have classes and teachers who don't assign extra homework or work for home. I'd actually say I was below average because I was usually in the halvesy classes that were like grade 1 and 2, but you're in grade 2. And these were typically the students that were lower scoring on stuff than the class structures that were just grade 2, because then all the material and all the teaching is always at that level. And then I had incredibly hard time with writing and reading, even to this day. It's a fucking miracle that I can do either. And I think I just sheerly brute force it through memorization. And that's about it. Other people, they actually learn like phonetics and pronunciation and all that, and I don't think I learned any of that. I think I literally just brute force memorized all of it. This is how I read when I see a word for the first time. Well, that's fucked. I don't know what that is. Next. Let's infer the context. And the way I would write something to what I think it should be spelled is sometimes 10-10 fucked. Not even close. Not even close. Math was fun. I did well in math. I think I had a real chance of being very strong in mathematics. And then World of Warcraft took over, and that kind of me. Not even kidding when I say that. Like, straight up, the reason why I was a high school dropout and failed high school was I failed calculus class in my last year because I was sleeping in the class because I was running on like no sleep, 2 maybe max 4 hours of sleep every night, because I'd be playing WoW until like 4 a.m. and getting up at 7 a.m. to get my ass up to walk to school to get to school. And calculus class just happened to be the last class period in the day, and I would just literally fall asleep. Because I thought, this is easy. I can just coast. I'm smart with math. This will be all easy. Well, it's only smart if you actually pay enough attention to the actual material to understand what's being talked about. Alrighty, so what do we have cooking here in this game? I don't even remember what Andy said he had it. Oh god. Oh yeah, he changed it for Bosco. Freeze. Oh, I like this icon. Um, let me see. He sent me a bunch of stuff. Um, let's see. More breaker. Okay. Shield can now have duration. Okay, so shield, he removed the ring currency. Okay, that's easy. Add one time boss currency drop on boss. Okay, so I can confirm that. This. Oh wait, wouldn't actually do that. Oh fuck, I should add a reset in skill tree. Oh, wait, didn't he say he added a refund or something? Get there, what? Ah, okay. Okay. Boss defeated, +1. Alright. I kinda wish this was like a smack in animation. Alright, what else? Refactor rings into power-ups. Add a magnet power-up that has a radius. No visual yet. Okay, I have no idea what that is. And I probably have to unlock it. Anyways. Push more changes. Add a shield power-up that has duration and number of hits. Okay, cool. So that actually that's a smarter thing too. Added a move speed power up and an attack speed power up. Okay, added a multi orb power. I think they're like okay. So that was all power up. So those are just levers. Up next, gate upgrades by level. Okay, that's fine. That's just level ID. Refund tree button, and oh, so that would maybe be over here. POC for boss phases and bespoke. Okay, so yeah. Anything else I need? I don't think I need anything. Right? If I do this and I go like this. This is probably going to buy. That's the bounce. And I probably need to change out the enemies. This could be a good one for the shield. And I need to make a boss. Level 2 boss is actually harder than level 3 boss. some stuff, and maybe some might, and some stuff. Some might be maybe someday. Is there anything else, chat, that I kind of missed thinking about this? Gotta juice up the pickups. Alex, I was retarded in class. I think you said you were retarded in class. Okay, so something I can do is I'd like to change the ores, the droppables to be vector art. If Codex can do that very easily, just outline and outline, mask, and then build out the vector, color fill. It should be able to do it, so there's less of this slight blur. Because I actually did it to these already. Those are actually vectors. The only slight blur effect is actually because I transitioned the color outer, like there's a slight darker outer edge to the inner, but they're drawn as vector. Because the gears are only get blurrier and blurrier the bigger, if they get bigger. Like I can already tell this doesn't look as crisp as the rest. It kind of fucks with your eyesight, to be quite honest. I was the last in a year of normal students with a disability. What you're saying is you're actually the peak of students with disability. Glass half full, glass half empty. That's Nelix right there. Things I don't like. The boss health bar is too tight. This is too tight to the edge. I hate the spacing. This is not even proportions. That's gonna drive me fucking nuts. Oops. What's this then? Let's go. If I say that, are you guys scale up that? Yeah. And make. Oops. Once I was university level, my grades were good. Really? I was all right in high school aside from like failing calculus class. And then university, I tanked. Probably because I just said, guys, that I basically can't read and write. And what's university? 90% of it's reading and writing. Okay, maybe not 90%. That wouldn't be fair to say that. There, a large portion is. There's more of that than actually applied. Here's an issue. That bar, it just is way too close. I'm like, yo, what the fuck is just pegging the CPU right now? Jesus Christ. Yeah, I don't know why Codex has this initial thing that it does every time it needs to kick out a task. You know what it is? Fuck, I bet you I know. I bet you one of the goals is doing something that's like a blocking operation. But I don't have anything else running. Like a goal system? No, see. No, that's all just... I'm actually kind of surprised at how high OBS is right now. Come say goodbye to dude. Okay. daycare. The dude is off to the daycare, boys. I say goodbye to him. He's gonna have a rough day today, boys. Okay, he was up at 3:30 a.m. I think it was. 3 a.m. something like that. He refused to take like nap slash dodo again. He just powered through. Now he goes to daycare. They don't take nap until like 11:30, 12. Okay, normally he's up at like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And then he takes a nap at like 12. So the dude's gonna be just running on fucking fumes until nap time. And he just refused. He just refused. Yo, wait. Why did I bleed so much in swap? Wait, what? Why? There's no reason. We had the available space. Why did you push 4 gigs into swap? Oh wait, that's good prompt for pseudo. Is he on one nap or two? He's on one nap. He's been on one nap for a very long time, actually. Really, the memory scheduler thought that there was enough memory pressure to use swap space instead of the available memory space. What the fuck? I mean, I ran shit overnight. Maybe the goals spun up enough things with particle stuff that it did burn the 62 gigs and pushed into swap. Yeah, look how hard this progress bar is to see. It's like fucking invisible. It's there. I can slightly see it, but I think it needs like a drop down or border or something. Also probably needs to be slightly thicker. And this should cut off. I don't like how close it is there. I think the margin container should move in a little bit too on the whole UI. Oh, music stopped. The 2 pixel red thing. Oh yeah, that's way too much. Like this right here. What the fuck is this? I don't know if it's I am running a hook in the background, but the hook is not running. Maybe that's the issue. It triggers the hook, and when it's not running, it just causes a retry block operation. This is getting annoying enough, I'd probably have to profile it. Yo, wait, what? Wait, what? But I don't have anything. Uni wasn't even open. Okay, so what am I doing? I was doing this for that. I was in here. I don't know why that happened. What is this? Crash report. I think it's because, that's interesting. Okay, let's fix that for the time. That like here. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. When this isn't running, this is just going to shit the bed. So I get rid of that. Go like that. And I go here. And I come here. And I go like that. You still have it. Maybe it's because it's loaded in memory right now. I mean, I could just turn it on, not enable the voice, and that would solve the problem. Stream's just lagging, boys. Sorry. I'm probably gonna have to reset on code, and I'm just trying to delay that as much as possible because I've closed all of them. Why has it got so many playwrights? I think there's stuff that didn't get closed down, that's why. Okay, Circle CI we can get rid of. Let's start there. So could you try out my demo? Sure. Someone else probably sent me the demo. I just missed the message. If I missed the message, guys, you just need to resend it. Stockmere had said, weird, why can't I see my message? But then never said anything else. Oh, wait, name of the Steam page is called Bonky D Bonk. Unless Buzzy and Stockmere are the same. We are not. Is Bonky Dev still here? Wuzzy is. So send me the name or the demo. Okay, I was sorry. Extension install by the king command, and then we can get rid of this, uninstall this. There's no reason for me to need this anymore. And if I filter this by installed, is there anything else in here that's like shit that I just don't need? Probably this I don't actually need anymore. This I basically, oh god, I just crashed them all? No, that was some other shit. I think that's the current profile itself. Excalidraw I don't use. I just use the web browser anyways. So this is causing an issue. Markdown preview enhanced, okay? Oh, why don't I just uninstall those? And then I will install one. What's the most popular markdown right now? Is really that one? No. Let's give this one a go, I guess, instead. Last release 1 year ago? Really? Last release 1 month ago? Why don't I just leave it disabled for now then? You know what? Fuck it. Okay, well, I just got rid of this stuff anyways. Okay, by the King's command. Let's see. Is there by the King's command theme. Wait, didn't I've seen that you sent this before though. This castle I recognize. We've gone over this. I mean, it looks interesting. And I thought the castle was eye-catching. I mean, I think the font's a little hard-ish to read, but that's the style that you're probably going for, but... Wait, why is that's just a browser issue on my side? What's the GIF cut? Oh, why do they have these? Is it your turn cheat and fit the second one so that you can put the text? Every time I see your wind, I always think they're arrows, by the way. It just doesn't seem as exciting as I thought it would be. I think this end looks more exciting than the rest. I don't know. Ship it. What's your feedback? What's your playtester say? I don't know, man. I don't have much to say. It's a game that's just not vibing with me. Okay, so that fixes that. I'm actually low-key kind of scared to restart, by the way, my computer, because yesterday I did a bunch of minor changes to like try and min-max out my computer, and I'm scared that the kernel version I'm going to move into is going to be actually, you know what? I'm curious. Oh, wait. That goes there. This goes here. Yeah, I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Codex Pro or lower? I have anything. I have Altman plan. You can see 5.6 still extra high, and then I have the Altman flag on. Oh, that's way too thin now. I like the concept of that, but I don't like it. Like the skull going up. That's not my Oh wait, reapply this. It's actually this. Like, No, stop. Reload, stop. I thought you were done. No, why did you put the fucking skull in? Okay. Where do you guys search for sound effects? I don't know. Credits just tells me. Readings that might not work.
Darth
Did I
Bletchman
even-
says greetings.
Oh, it did work. Probably like Zap Splat, I think it is for sounds for most of it, to be honest.
Darth Bletchman says I fixed it.
Fixed it. You fixed it! You fucking did it, boys! You did it! Let's go down a level. I just go to Sock House. Sock House has good musical taste usually. Usually. You know what's good? Like, a lot of things are good. I think we have different skills and different strengths and weaknesses. Okay, I think Sock's special skill is like tween cooking. He'll find the secret sauce in the tweens. Just don't let him cook too long with it. He'll find the sauce and then he'll burn it. So you gotta come in and taste it a little bit. You gotta taste the sauce. You're like, okay, that's good. No more. His weakness, he doesn't know when things are good cooked. He's one of those people who don't understand medium rare and wants well done. And you're like, no, why? Medium rare is beautiful. Just leave it as medium rare. And well done ends up being burnt. To me, more is more. I think it could be. I don't like that at all. That's so bad. Okay. And then, did you actually? Is it because of this? Like, with my eyes? Like just spilled water on his laptop and fried it? Like on a live stream or something? How do you know that? Like was it literally a live stream and he accidentally hit the cup on Discord? But was it like a Discord call? He was doing it and he just whoopsied? Or maybe you're just saying he said it in Discord. He just got that soft box, and it fell over, knocked over my water bottle, which spilled on my laptop, and now my laptop is fried. I don't have $700 lying around to place it quickly. So hold tight while I figure something out. I guess now it's the best time for me to just ship him the video. Like, I do owe him that video, that recording, and I haven't done it, and I keep deferring it. But now I feel bad because he won't be able to post anything on his channel, and it'll break his like routine. But if I just record myself tonight doing that and ship it to him, he could use the YouTube web editor if he can get any computer, like at work even. He just shows up early or late at work. Well, sorry, shows up early or stays late and just uses like YouTube web editor. He could just like probably slot in a recording of himself. Alright, let's fix this fucking boss bar that we fucked by mistake. I was going to say what I just said here in stream, that I should get in the VOD now, but then I realized kind of when I was typing it, wait, if I get in the VOD, how, like, he can't even do an intro, he can't even post it really. Like he'd have to download from his phone, upload via YouTube Studio on his phone is my guess, but then he had no intro. He would only just be able to post a video on his channel. I just feel bad because I just bitched about the darkness, and please God, buy the softbox. But he didn't even need the softbox. All he needed was any light in his house, simply turned on the fucking wall. That's all he needed. And then the moment he gets the softbox, it falls over, knocks over the water, ruins the laptop. Fuck. This is why I'm scared, guys, of the tripod. I'm terrified of the fucking tripod because of this. Like, I'm using the OBS bot camera on that tripod, and even that, I'm scared. But I'm like, okay, worst case, that falls, and I'm at like $200. The camera and the teleprompter, that falls, it's like $1,000 expense. I think there's something weird here. What's the original like? It's like something. I think it's too thick now. I think it's just that it's too thick. When it gets this thick, the connection looks fucked. So the answer is either thin it. This is why the bar is so thin, or make the skull bigger. Don't let it fall. Yeah, I have cats. I have a son who comes running in my room, and there is a cable that goes from that all the way into his desktop and goes underneath a little bit of the rug, but it is exposed. It needs to be taped down. While that runs, let me ask. The droppable things like war and Okay, well, what did you just cook on? No, that looks utterly dog shit. Utterly dog shit. You have the right idea, but you're just on this stuff. I probably have to go in and just put it in it. You put this in like main scene. Undo. Right, though. I should probably have a cat cam. Just in case. This is the most boring shit ever over here. The original. The original was good, but I needed. It's too small. I'll just tell Andy it's too small, and it's too dark. It's way too hard to see the. I know that subtlety is like nice because it doesn't take up any UI, but it's so fucking small you don't even see it. So light you don't even see it. So actually, why don't I just do this? And after this, I will. Wait. Oh, fuck. I'm fucked up. I meant to say this, not that. Because I actually do want the alignment that I spotted. Actually, where was the other thing I was looking at in here? Oh, Stream Deck. What version of the Stream Deck? 1.5.0 beta 14. Because I updated the flat pack, but I don't know if it restarted or not. Last week. This is what I'm running. It does have an issue. Okay, this I don't need anymore. Close this window. Close. This I'm not working on right now. Close. Don't save. Not working right now. This I need to confirm. You didn't just everything over. So if I go here and I go into Dough, and I go what? In Data Manager. Go here. You load correct. You do load correct. You do this. You do recognize the save. Technically, this shouldn't have save state because it's restored to the original. But undo. Oh, still does this, but that's all right. That's always been the case. It did. And here, and here. And then I do this. And I go like that. Oh, it's that. Save, undo, redo, save, no custom JSON, 1.0, Save. Base values. Okay, I close. I reopen. I confirm save state is correct. Yes. Yes. Great. Save. Settings. Close. And then if I click on this, I go here, 5, click off. Oh, that did save. There's a slight delay. Not sure why. When setting okay. I have a feeling you are on. Godman GM. Why aren't you in the Discord? Boiz, if you're in the Discord, you can pick the role stream notification. And then you just get, whenever I get stream, you get the notification. Right to your Discord. Okay? Right to your phone, whatever you push notifications, so you can mute the other channels. I don't really post in the other channels right now, so now reload, close, here, here. Oh, it's super lag. Oops. 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 Reload. No, I think it is. I think the old way. That was always that way. It wasn't even a line. Interesting. Let me just confirm. It's the game 4. Oh, fuck me. This is health bar. Oh, how did I notice that? How did I notice that? Is that just because there's a particular level? See, it does. Wait, it was able to do this? Wait, was it? Didn't even notice. What kinda did it? Nah, I'm not gonna keep that. I'll just tell Andy to fix it. Discard. Wait, how do I D? Shift D? Oh my god, Jesus Christ. What the it's the revert key. Unstaged. Discard. Wait, discard. Discard changes in loot. Discard both of loot. Okay. I was confused. I thought I meant all things. And I think this has changed because the formatter actually does the right thing now. I don't know what this is. Fuck, that just confused me. Can I? No, wait. What was the keys? I don't remember. Fuck. It's like, I think it's minus this. Okay, yeah. Discord. Hey, where did the music go? Boys, what happened? Beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, beep, boop, 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 doo, 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 doo. Yo. 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 It's the coffee, boys. You know what that reminds me of? Remember how I said the game does well and go get the Ninja coffee machine? I am not getting that. I'm 100% sold. It doesn't matter how good the games do. I'm actually pretty sold with the coffee grinder that I got. And this I've always had it. So now the coffee grinder I have, I press one button. No, not the 30K one. I looked at the Ninja coffee machine. It was like $1,000. It's a pretty nice one, but I've convinced myself out of it. Like, I'm actually thrilled with this and just the coffee grinder right now. I press the coffee grinder. I press one button. I put it in. I'm done. Hot water. I know what I would spend the money on instead. I want that fucking special ass kettle, okay? There's a company that sells a kettle that has, I think we talked about this, a battery in the bottom of the kettle. And the reason why it has a battery is the current limiting factor to boiling water is the amount of current you can put through it. And if you have a battery, you can bypass 120 where I live, because the battery can not only can draw current from the wall, you can push in the battery capacity as well. They make this for a kettle and they make this for a stove, so that you're able to have your oven do like temporarily like 15-20 minutes at like 750 or whatever crazy ass temperature you need. For pizzas, but the oven's crazy expensive for this. Like, you're looking at buying like a $5,000 oven. The kettle I think was like $300 or something, and I'm like, oh, that's expensive ass kettle, but you know what? Better than $1,000 coffee machine I was looking at. Then all I need is the second one of these and a second coffee grinder. Then I could decaf and regular. That's all I need. That's way cheaper, way more effective for me. I got a backup if one breaks. All the other stuff. I don't need the machine. It's not even I don't need. I don't even want the machine now. I'm a store brand coffee boy. There's nothing special with the coffee I buy. I just get Costco beans that I like. I put them in the coffee grinder. I press the start button. It's set to I think like 6 cups. It's not even a quiet one. It's pretty loud, to be honest. I mean, like, it's grinding beans, but like you can get the ones that enclose more of the grinder, so that it minimizes the amount of sound that you get. But there's not a lot you can really do because the lid itself would have to be thicker. Everything has to just be thicker. Or you need a dampening box where you could like have the beans fall through something and then go inside more, so the acoustics would have to bounce. And then in the 3D print, well, if you 3D print your parts, you could have like little divots in the print where the beans will fall, that the beans aren't small enough to get in, but that would like break up the sound and things like this. Maybe divots aren't the right word, because I think a divot implies that's a hole through, but you don't want a hole through the plastic. You want to basically carve out little mini circles out of the whatever it is, plastic, whatever you're printing, and then the sound will bounce in there and back, but then won't go through off the smooth surfaces up. I don't know. I'm not 3D printing a fucking coffee machine. Nope. Next thing you'll be roasting your own beans. No, wait, that's way too much work, right? Honestly, it's just It's just cheaper. That's why I do the coffee beans and all that stuff. I think for what I get in terms of a cup of coffee and for buying the beans and just grinding them on the machine, I just press a button. It's not even an electronic coffee grinder or anything like this. Got like a little mechanical movement. How many cups do you want? And then you press the button, and the button's just on or off. There's not even a screen on this. It doesn't need to be a screen. It's a coffee grinder. Drink espresso is even cheaper. Yeah, but to drink espresso, you need an espresso machine. What if you gave the player a laser? Laser? What's the player doing with a laser? What the fuck? So you're saying temporarily they get rid of the orbs and they just have a fucking laser? I think we gotta get rid of the orbs if we give them a laser for some power up. I think it's gonna be too noisy and too not even chaotic. It's gonna be hard to see the laser and the bullets. And yeah, you could go play with that idea. I think it could work. Now, my question to you, is it a shoot laser? Just like the orbs? Because then that's like, well, what's the difference? But I guess it would have to be like a constant laser that does like damage over time or something. And then my follow-up is, does it have a, I don't even know if you can call it bounce anymore, refraction? The number of refractions it does? I think that could be something that would work well with a spacebar, to be honest. Like if we put that in the mid game as like a spacebar trigger, then there's intention to activate. You know you're gonna switch off the shooting orbs. You're gonna switch over laser. It's on a cooldown. You see like a little laser bar diminish. Like that's like the cooldown bar. I could see that really work. How do you get that? I'm not sure. Is it just power-ups and then you can just activate it? I don't know. If I would even worry, maybe someday. Okay, because I was like, I would even worry about all these other questions, and I would just make the laser and see if it's even fucking fun to play with. And if the answer is no, then we don't need to worry about how do they activate, what's the cooldown, do we allow the stacking, do we allow this to bounce, can they shoot orbs and the laser, is that too much? What's the reason for the laser other than the laser just cool? Like, does the laser do something unique? Is it because it's damage over time and because when it's a constant beam, so when it bounces, anything that's in that takes damage? Which basically makes like a laser goo trail, right? Single tile 2 counts at you basically shoot it. One tile that one hit tile dies, but you don't Like you just compute it's a path for the number of bounces, and then it just fucking causes damage, like burning on the ground or something. And then you just switch back over to orbs while that's there for like 2-3 seconds or 5, whatever the ability is. It might be OP as fuck, but that's fine because in late game we just jack up the enemy values and stuff. Also nice because it probably bypass shield. But like low key, it's kind of OP as fuck. Yeah, if you're to do it, I would probably do it like not even a cooldown. It's like a one shot or ammo shot thing. And what it is like, oh, it gets a little fuckeried in the code though. I mean that's Plot's issue, so we don't really care. God damn it. Whatever. Player. They press it. You get said laser. That laser says how many quote unquote bounces it's allowed. Right. And you just leave this until the bounces are done. Just have some sort of like damage area thingy mabob. And even if this dies, you don't give a fuck. If it destroys the tile, whatever, one shot, it fucking ripperonis. If an orb destroys the tile, you don't give a shit. Once you compute out this path, it just it does this, pew pew pew, makes the Bernie thingy, goes for whatever the time is, and then you just backtrack and remove. Anybody who goes in that just takes the damage. It's like radiation, kind of, from black hole. And we can control how OP it is by also the radius, right? Like this could be just very, very tiny. And the number of whatever we want to call these bounces. How long it lasts too, the amount of damage. Okay, there's a lot of levers there to like control the other stuff. I kind of do like that switches modes. Like when you do this, I would turn off orbs. So it's a trade-off. It's a costly trade-off for them. Right? Normally you're shooting these. These go bye-bye. Your laser shoots for the number of bounces. Once this activates, now you get your little fucking Orbeez back. Got strategy to it. It has a con to it. You lose the orbs to do it. It's not just, oh, I'm just fucking broken on top of broken. It doesn't have to be like crazy in depth strategy. You make the cooldown like the time the laser takes to bounce really fast. But it's not. You get both, and you just spam spacebar all the time. It avoids that whole syndrome of every time it's up or anytime I have it, I should use it. Like, well, if you can't use it right now, you're not gonna be able to nuke other enemies, and if I make enemies that are attracted to you, that's probably not a good time to use it if something's coming at you. Yeah, there's a lot of utility to this kind of weapon. Yeah. Music. Nice. What else are you cooking, Andy? Eh? Any other interesting ideas? I'm hopeful I'm able to get like level 3 sorted out today. Then we're done or breaker this week for me. Let's see. Oops. Game data manager. Is Splashly here? Or did she go to her grandma's? Let's find out. Oh, she's gone. The dude Ashley dropped off. Ashley, it doesn't matter. Ashley dropped off Felix at daycare. It was an alright drop off, but Andy, I got the biggest business idea ever. We need to harness children energy. We need to find a way to harness their energy. Youth serum, next big venture. Felix up since 3 a.m. Played cars. Did not want to go back to Dodo. Just nope. Did not want to go. I thought maybe we could squeeze in a nap at like 7:30 a.m. with him before daycare. Nope. He was like, no, Dada, no, Dodo, no. So she actually dropped him off at daycare, and she's like, he was just totally fine. He was running around. He got his toys and stuff, and and they're going out today. It's a nice day, and I'm like, okay, 100% today is gonna be a 4-hour nap. He naps a lot anyways, but 100% today is gonna be a 4-hour nap for him probably. I don't know if you're there, but there were a couple things I did push in Game Data Manager that fixed some edge cases. Like this not selecting when you search. That now auto will update. There's pros and cons to it. Like if you type here, it's automatically going to pick it. But it was more annoying to type it here and then not have this selected. And there's a bunch of things. The setting thingy of switching projects now work, where it would just prompt you infinitely on the switch don't save thing. The weird connect state, that doesn't happen anymore. You can get out of this even if you switch to edit. What else? There were some edge cases with like, what was it? It's like if you save but you close the application before saving, like if you click save but you close the application instantly, it doesn't actually save. I think there was a weird state thingy here where if you click these quick enough, you could like lock yourself into tree only mode. But nothing like, I didn't add a new feature. It was not mostly. I didn't add any new feature. It was all fixing things of usability. Oh, there was something like if you had these, like if I put 2.0 here, if you clicked off, it wouldn't save it. It was like you had to either click another input or you had to use enter, I think it was. Is there anything else? I think there was something around icons. Like if you pointed to an icon image that didn't exist, it could cause some drawing weirdness on the image. Yeah, something like that. Oh yeah, this game. The feather serpent. Hey boys, I going to get coffee and water. I think we're gonna switch to treadmill mode. And I think I am going to go to the co-working mode. What time are we? Yeah, so I will do all that stuff. I'll come back. Probably at the top of the hour, we'll do an hour of that. Things for me to get done is 3 levels of Warbreaker. We're close. We're pretty close on that, to be quite honest. I think I just need to swap in a shield unit on level 3. and change the boss to be a bit harder, and maybe make boss 2 a little bit weaker. But this is the start of most of the tree. This is questionable. I don't even think I need the tile economy thing anymore because of what we added, and I can control that through the percentage of chance to really ramp up the economy or not. So I think this mod technically becomes useless to me until I want to have the game have some silly numbers, or like if it's not scaling to silly numbers on max tile, yada yada, I can just jack up this value later in the game to hit, like, if I want to end the game on like whatever quintillions or whatever it is, then yeah, this is what we use. But right now I don't have really a use for this. I could actually get rid of that. I think that's good. And then Andy's gonna add level things, so I think I will end up locking some of these. Like here, I could put one that these. Oh no, wait, I can't because we're gonna link that way. And because I'm connecting this way, that would be. Oh wait, but I could here. I could put one here, connect there, one beside that, connect here, and have this locked off as an area, and have this could preview what's up and coming. You go here, you go here. I'd like to preview, like we did in Black Hole, some of the silliness that you're working towards, but lock it as a level, maybe something like that. I think that seems crafty-ish. Crafty-ish. Alright, let me just look at some things before I go. Close that window. We are done with the fucking log reviewer. Okay, let's do the cycle point. Water. Switch to the halfsies. For the legs. Use the washroom. What's the batteries? Like 90% on this. What about my the watch? What? 86. Okay, cool. What did I miss? I'm watching Thorny and Cakes at the same time, but I wasn't actually here, so you weren't really watching. So it's okay, Julian. Thanks. You're welcome. You're welcome. By the way, is there anything on the YouTube side today that's like, oh, we never did the one take Shire. Ooh. Wait. They have a new podcast, I believe. And this I haven't watched. What's NS made? Nova Scotia?
Most people clock out at the end of the workday. Trevor Kendrick clocks in the world. For years, he's traded his free time for something he's dreamed about since he was a kid.
Superstar Strategy is a turn-based tactics game, so you can kind of think of it as a mix of an RPG and kind of like chess. So you're moving around on a grid and ordering units to move a Nintendo game ever since as smooth as possible for like the final user.
Its retro-inspired pixel art is a nod to the games that shaped his childhood, but behind the nostalgia is coding, testing, and refining.
I hope people find joy in the menu.
Is it good, Godot?
I hope people find
Looks Godot like, right?
joy in the minutia. It's a very systems heavy game, so
Set for September.
it's games.
For Kendrick, this game is more than a launch. It's a realization of a dream that started with a
Oh, what was the game? It didn't even say what the game was in the description. What's the game? Can we tell me about the game? This is just like all things just about him. But like all I care about is what's the game. Jesus fucking Christ. You know, I would maybe like to support your game, but finding anything about your game is like fucking impossible. This? Here. I think maybe this. Holy. This is already released. That's already released. Upcoming. Is it this, I guess? I don't know. How did this do? Didn't I? Anyways. Yeah, you get on the news and they don't even plug the game. I mean, anyways, this is probably what we're gonna watch. Oh, Cakes looks dead here. He looks tired from vacationing. He's not working enough. This is what happens when you go on vacation. Look at him. He just looks like what am I even doing here with my life?
Follow on from that. After that video went boom, then all the videos on the channel. I mean, like the total amount of views lift that we got was actually around like 1.5 million.
Even
total.
the shorts that previously hadn't really gotten many views, suddenly they get 10 or 20,000 extra views.
I'll turn it off in a second.
Hey everybody, welcome to episode 581 of Coffee with Butterscotch, the weekly podcast for indie game developers. I'm Seth and I'm the games programmer.
I'm Adam, the web developer. I'm Sam, I'm the TDS.
And we are Butterscotch Shenanigans. Today is July 10th, 2020. Quick! Alright, we got to really get into this today because we have a lot of ground to cover. What we wanted to do is the launch of How Many Dudes is coming up in under 3 weeks from the time that we are recording this. So
20 days.
We're kind of on a podcast sprint to cover all the ground that we want to cover before the launch. So today, what we want to do is basically do a retrospective of the entire development timeline of How Many Dudes and talk through.
I don't know why, but one of them always seems to forget to not have their desktop audio piping through, or if the mic picks it up every single time. Also, I didn't know that they are brothers. All three of them are brothers. Or I was told this. I did not know this at all.
What happened and when, how many wish lists we had, what our marketing decisions were, why we did what we did, stuff that worked, stuff that didn't work, and throw a lot of numbers.
I look like one of their brothers? Well, I mean, great. But I did not know they were brothers. Like these two, okay, now you see it, I definitely see it. I guess I see it on all of them, but it didn't click. It just didn't click.
And stats out there. Well, we got to go quick because
there's a lot of it.
There's a lot.
So
a lot happened in 10 months.
So you could treat this as if you're also launching games, if you want to. This is a good reference thing to be like, at least here's one case study of what this looked like.
Like, I'm almost doubting it. Can someone tell me if they're actually all brothers? Like, what's the chance that three brothers want to go make a fucking game together, end up creating a studio together, survive it, not kill each other? Like, fuck.
All the details along the way.
Yeah, and we'll
so you might need to
probably-
pause as we're going through it to be like, hold on a second, let me think about that number.
Yeah.
How it compares to my numbers, you know? Yeah,
And we will probably release like a text form of something like this at some point, but for now it'll just be this is what we got. So we'll be doing that, as well as hopefully a kind of a recap of some stats about just like a snapshot of where the game is now as we're approaching the launch. So that'll be today's episode. And then next week, for next episode, we want to just take listener questions and just do whatever questions you have about how many dudes, the development cycle, why we did
launching
what we did.
games, basically stuff around this content, right?
Yeah.
And I think we'll also start that episode with any updates to the numbers that are interesting if anything has happened in the week.
So if you have questions, then drop them in the comments of the YouTube video for this episode, or you can go to podcast.bcast.net and you can ask questions there. That does require you
How
to set
many
up
brothers?
a Rumpus account, which is our
How many brothers does it take to start a game studio? 3, supposedly.
our web backend. So if you don't
Oh, wait. I said start. I guess survive with a studio. 3.
do that, you can just leave a comment on the YouTube video. Yeah, and then the final episode before launch will be the one after that, and that'll be kind of like a pre-launch, just kind of a recap sort of a thing.
Yeah, because hopefully some things will have happened by then. That'll be a few days after the embargo
hopefully.
lifts.
Yeah.
So fingers crossed. I guess. Yeah.
So we're gonna get into it. So just as a quick note of the broad parameters of the timeline, I'll lay those out, and then I'll kick over to Sam, who's gonna sprint us through all the stuff that happened. So we're launching How Many Dudes on July 30th, and How Many Dudes came from the GMTK Jam, which was on July 30th of 2025. So our very first commit in the How Many Dudes project was exactly 1 year before the launch.
Sounds like we
did
did it
it.
on purpose, but we
That's actually pretty. I mean, it's long and short. The type of game is not crazy, but it kind of shows you that timeline you can achieve a stellar fucking game, but with context, right? It's not their first game. They have access to money, resources, etc. But like, I'm looking forward to this game. I played the demo. I almost want to play the demo again today. Like, it's a very, very interesting concept.
didn't even realize that we had done this until a couple days ago. I think we were like, wait a second,
Yeah.
when exactly did we start?
It just worked out that way. And it's also going to be the case that it wasn't even 1 year of dev, which you'll find out is that we didn't even actually start working on the game in earnest until a little while after that. But yeah, it's been a very fast dev cycle and a lot happened. So Sam, why don't you just saddle up
Right.
and let's ride through
Buckle
this
in.
thing.
Yeah, and as I've mentioned, you feel free to in the comments for else you can link certain times. So if there's a question you have about a certain thing or a comment about a certain piece that you want to make sure you take notes on, you can feel free to drop those in there for little timestamps.
Yeah, with that
Um,
timestamp.
Yeah, so as I said, we started on July 30th. That was first commit for the GMTK Game Jam. And the theme that year was Loop. And the GMTK Jam is the reason we decided to do that one is because they have a big feedback period and there's a lot of people participating. So we thought, what better way to test like our new design theory that we should make games people want? Wow.
Oh wait, it is 3 brothers. Look,
And what better way to
Whoa,
test that
damn.
is, throw them into a
Yeah.
big
founded by the 3 brothers. Damn. Does it actually say where they're from though? Maybe they mark it on one of their things. In the US. Okay. I low-key was hoping that they were in Canada. Like somewhere out in the middle of nowhere in Canada, like Nova Scotia. I was gonna be like, I would totally go just visit them. Like, yeah.
bucket where no one has to be there. It's kind of just like a good way to have some initial views of your basically of your jam game because
There's
all these
tens
wait,
of
wait, wait,
thousands.
wait, wait. Oh, that was Coster. Okay, I thought I randomly clicked like one of the employees or something.
Of games on there, so if your game can get even in like the top 100, then you might have something, right?
Yep.
An instant market test.
Yeah.
Yes, and so plus you get to see people play it people play it on stream, like devs will play it on stream, right? And so these aren't like big YouTubers, not big streamers for us. This is just like people playing it, and it's just as good of info for that early batch stuff.
Yeah, which is
So-
that's an important idea too, Rex. It's normally extremely difficult to get people to try the stuff that you make. And so if you can find something like this where that's the whole point, everyone's there doing the same thing, then it gives you the opportunity to get that early access and that early visibility into how people feel about what you're making without having to do a lot of
100%.
work.
100%. And luckily, I mean, honestly, the theme that you're being loop, games are made of loops, sort of like that's like the design terminology. So we were like, well, I guess we can just do whatever we want.
Very
so let's just
open-ended
go.
game.
Yeah. So the end
Just go there uninvited. Hey guys, Thorn's here for the launch. It was just decided to stop by. You know, what the fuck?
result of that though was that we got the How Many Dudes first like prototype build put up for the jam. We did get to see people play it, and it was kind of astonishing how engaged like chat was with the person streaming, how people would go from being very dubious about having to download and install exe because we didn't have a web build at the time.
Bro, they didn't have a web build. What the fuck? Oh my god.
To
And
actually
this
be, like,
version of the
really good.
game was just dudes would die, and you had to buy more dudes with your money. And you had to spend money to heal your dudes in between rounds. And then we had a very basic upgrade system where you'd spend money to get more attack power or whatever. There was no relics, no special abilities. We had like 5 different types of dudes that had some different stats, and that was it. But even with that, it was working. You know,
Yeah,
it was
had some
compelling.
legs. Yeah, I think there were like 5 different enemy types, maybe toddlers, wolves, gorillas, and like 1 or 2 other, like some ducks or something. So yeah, not much meat on that bone, but people were into it.
Still a tasty stew.
Well, it was also, it represented the core concept of what the game still
Yeah,
being.
watch a
right?
bunch of dudes beat up animals. That's kind of the
Wow.
Yeah, and so from that, then we ended up the week after launch. We were actually one of the only games in the top like 30, I think, popularity wise, that was an EXE. All the rest of the games were web builds, which of course makes sense.
Okay. Let me close this. Let me move some of my stuff over that I need. I ain't doing shit with, Game Data Manager we could move over. Here, let me just move all the other things that I'm kind of cooking on the other side. I am definitely not doing just keep fishing right now, so fuck that. This we don't even need right now. And if I go over here and I just make a new workspace, and I just call it Orb 2. And we go here and I go like that, and I move that, and I move this, and we go back to Excalibur Draw, and I just put this on workspace 0 or 1, sure, 1. We press
Sense because
play.
people are trying to play a lot of them,
Great.
right? So we also took that as a sign. We were like, oh, one, we were dumb. We should have figured out how to do web builds before because that would have made this a lot more easy.
Which is a good
but-
tip if you do take this approach yourself for a future game. Is
Yes, figure out how to
make
do
a web
builds.
build. Yep.
And then the other was like, okay, if we can land in the top 30 when it's kind of onerous to play the fucking game, then like, again, positive signal that maybe we got something here. So we decided from there, we were like, okay, we're just going to throw up a Steam store page as well as get the web build up on itch.io after the jam because we couldn't update during, and also onto gx.games because we work with GameMaker. Opera owns GameMaker, who also does GX Games. So we just sent them a note. We're like, hey, could you guys feature this? Put it on the front page or whatever. They're like, yeah, sure. And so within like a couple of days, we had like 50,000 plays on that gx.games build. And again, we're like, oh, okay. And we don't have metrics for like, I don't know if that's good.
Is that good? I mean,
But-
it's 50,000 is 50,000.
Seems like a
It's
lot.
a big
So,
number. It's a big
Yeah.
number.
Seemed like a lot. And we had those web builds we eventually then updated those, I think by the time we put the Steam page up on August 8th to include links to the Steam page. So you could go and wishlist it. right? So we're like, okay, we don't know when we're going to pick this up because we were actually in the middle of the content update for Crashlands 2 at the time. We're basically wrapping that up, the final update for that. And so we had the Steam page up. We had these web builds out with links to it.
Ooh.
We just gotten the jam finished up and had like a little tiny honorable mention in the GMTK Game Jam kind of wrap up video that Mark Brandt does on his channel. You can see how many dudes in there for a brief moment. Though it's not like called out by name, that sort of thing. And then we were like, okay, well, let's just put this down because we got to finish some stuff and we'll see if it does anything while it kind of churns. By August 12th, so it's just 4 days after the Steam page goes live, we had about 245 wish lists on the store page, which isn't much, if I'm being honest,
What was that, 200? Sorry, I didn't miss it.
4 days after the Steam page goes live, we had about 245 wish lists on the store page, which isn't much, if I'm being honest,
It's simultaneously a lot and nothing because, like, we were seeing. You always see articles like, oh, this indie game like launched their Steam page and they got 30,000 wish lists on the first day because of this trailer that they made or whatever. And so like we were seeing literally nothing like that. We sent out our own newsletter. And we were, like Sam was saying, we pointed people from GX and from other places. And with all these levers we pulled, we squeezed out 245 wish lists. And we're like,
this is an important note too, especially if you're an indie developer who's newer to the game, and you're listening to this. When we talk about what the numbers mean that we're throwing out, we're going to say numbers are small when they might seem big to you. And so, just for perspective, remember that we've been doing this professionally for 15 years, and when you're doing it professionally and already have levers you can pull, right? The fact that we could talk to GX Games and be like, hey,
Yeah, like 250 wish lists with all the levers that they have, and what I just heard is actually a really bad signal.
please feature this, right? That kind of stuff, right? Means that there's a
But if they still just have the EXC thing, it's like, well, yeah, no shit, people didn't play, and then depends on how good the store page was. Let's find out.
big gap between like the numbers you can get at various points in time, and we're still not anywhere close to the high end of where that lives, but we're a big distance from like someone
Where you
just
start.
starting out who doesn't have any levers to pull yet.
And we
Importantly,
got
our
7
team's like 8
full-time,
people.
7 or 8 full-time staff. We're paying salaries. We got healthcare.
This is an expensive operation.
Yeah, this isn't like hobbyist numbers. This is enterprise numbers. You know what I mean?
Yes.
We're a business and we have to cover our costs. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah. So basically, the goals we're looking for are basically these various watermarks that would put us where it would be a good idea, right? That we had made this game. We get a positive ROI on it, given the fact that every day that we are working on it is burning money because we're a studio, an actual studio, right? It's not just sweat equity at this point.
Yeah.
Okay, so then we put a short up on September 25th, I believe.
Yeah. So this was the same day as we released the Crashlands 2 content because coming into the final Crashlands 2 content patch, we go into string lock where we stop working on the game. We have localization, but we haven't yet released the patch. So we used that intervening time to start working on some YouTube shorts for How Many Dudes and try to figure out whether we had marketing legs.
Was this the final patch of Crashlands 2?
The final patch, yeah.
Okay. Yep.
Yeah.
The big boss
this
update and all
is
that.
nearly 2 months after the GMTK jam.
Yeah, and the whole time, again, it was just kind of chilling. It hadn't really done much. We did those shorts largely in response to seeing other devs talk about them. So part of the reason why we talk about them on this podcast too. Jonas Roller in particular did some interviews with some people that I had caught on to. And we'd done some experiments actually starting with the podcast. The podcast channel itself, like doing the podcast as a YouTube thing and turning into shorts was
There's someone honking or alarm. I'm like, what the fuck?
was weirdly one of those like precursor pieces to realizing that shorts were good, and then also seeing people on the dev side cracking into them and getting good results and kind of starting to experiment with those ourselves. So that was our first short with regards to How Many Dudes, and it ended up actually pretty successful little thing. I think it was like around 116K views.
Yeah, generated 466 wish lists in the first week.
Oh, nice.
Which was, again, we haven't, the thing that was exciting about us, and again, the numbers are relatively small in terms of what we would need as a large studio, or I guess we're not large, we're a tiny studio, but
small
like,
studio, but
But
as
a
a-
small studio paying
big indie,
salary.
small studio.
yes, yeah, tiny studio really. But like in terms of what numbers we would like need to see, right, to be like, oh, that's like definitely gonna pay us back. at this point, we're actually so excited about the fact that we can actually generate these ourselves. This is the first time in the history of the studio that we've been like, oh, there's communications we can put out there that don't get throttled by the platform, right? So we have had that experience 10 years ago with Facebook. We built up a Facebook audience with Quadrupus Rampage, and then they made it so you had to pay to show
post
your fucking posts to the audience you built. Twitter kind of ended up being the same kind of thing for us. We never really managed to get that to work. We've never been able to have any success with Reddit. Everyone just attacks us all the time. So we're just like, it's been this thing.
Well, and we have our own, we also have our newsletter, right? But that's got a similar problem, which is it's not so much about gatekeepers as it is about trying to get an email into somebody's inbox is
spam.
Dodging the spam filter.
It's such a challenge. And so we've been running that newsletter now since 2014, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's currently got, I don't even know how many subscribers. I haven't looked in a while, but it's got somewhere around 100,000 subscribers, right? And that's despite we call it all the time, so people don't open things we send, that we just auto unsubscribe them because no one's getting anything out of that, you know. And we've been able to consistently with that newsletter over the years. Every time we send it, we can get something on the order of a few hundred to a small number of thousands of people to take the action we're asking for. Right?
Yeah.
Watch this thing.
Yeah.
You know, watch this game.
But that's literally spending a decade accumulating and maintaining and managing this very challenging means of communicating with people, right? And then here, Sam makes the first short that we've tried.
Bam, 466 wish lists.
For a prototype game, and we got 400 wish lists.
Yeah. So we were like, okay. And then what was very interesting about that is that we did the same thing. That was a batch of shorts that we did. One for How Many Dudes, and then a couple for Crashlands and a couple for Levelhead too. That came kind of shortly after.
Because we wanted to experiment to see relatively.
Could we promote Crashlands too? It wasn't even actually about, like, at the time, about relative promotion concepts. Just like we were just like, can we use this for Crashlands too? Also, because like we had this big update coming up. So we put together some of those too, and those ones, the numbers weren't as good in terms of just the raw views and stuff, like the raw engagement level. But more importantly is that we weren't able to see a pickup on the Steam backend, even though that was like a relatively basically,
because
there were places where we should be able to see that something was happening if we were getting, like, I think 40,000 views.
With How Many Dudes, we saw basically like a 0.5 to 1% conversion rate of people, the number of views on the short to number of wish lists we got on the other side, right? And so we're able. So basically, if we're like, okay, if it's around 1%, then that means if we get enough views for the other games, then we would expect to see a 1% of that number ish, translate over into wish lists. And we couldn't see that on those other two games.
Yeah, which was fascinating. We're like, oh, okay. So again, coming back to this theory that started the whole thing, which was like, can we make a game that is easier to sell, that people just want because of the high concept of it, as opposed to having to like get into the details of it? It was like, okay, apparently maybe even though Crashlands 2 is like a magnum opus for us in terms of like the tech, the art, the whole fucking kit, it's
hard to sell.
Yeah, hard to sell.
It's just hard to sell.
So we're like, okay, interesting. And then also very excited because that meant that we could actually fucking get our own wish list for the first time ever, right? And granted, it takes a little bit of effort, but I've been doing the studio's like video editing stuff now for the whole time. And so we switched over to CapCut to get this started because, again, tools matter a lot. And it was not that bad to make these. So we made a couple more for
production team wipe. They're using CapCut too. See, everyone's using CapCut. I don't understand what the issue is. I don't understand why production team is not getting ramming this shit out
for October, but neither of those did very well. And again, we're still at this point just experimenting with trying to answer the question. You're doing two things. You're trying to say, like, does this game sell? But also, can I make a good short? And you don't want to conflate the two.
Well, and also just to establish a anchor point of timeline. So then at the start of October,
CapCut's like an editor tool that's like, let's say, relatively low cost. It's, I think, monthly subscription. I think it's $25 a month, if I remember. And it's got a desktop application, and it's geared towards this kind of stuff. Actually, I think it's free. And then there's paid version of it. Like, if you want captions, I think you pay the monthly fee or something like this. I don't know exactly. I'd have to have Splashly. But it's supposed to be geared towards, like, hey, it doesn't do everything, but it does the 80% that you actually care about. That's worth your time.
When we actually started working on the game for real, we had about 1,300 wish lists at that time. And well over half of those were coming from just that first YouTube short.
Yeah, I think that's the YouTube short. And then
so they kind of set a threshold of about 1,300 wish lists are a good indication to work on it. Now, I only wish what I had was I'd have to probably go back and scrub and try and make a timeline, unless someone here offhand realizes what they said. Or I could maybe scroll back and try and find that first short. I'm curious. Let me go back.
List we got on the other side, right? And so we're able
I'm curious if they give a date. I want to know how long from that 200 to 1,300 did it take? Like, essentially, what was the velocity, the rate of wish list for them to say, oh, maybe something's here?
So basically, if it's we're like, okay, if it's around 1%, then that means if we get enough
Look, a follow on
views for
Twitch.
the other
Oh.
games, then we would expect to see a 1% of that number ish, translate over into wish list. And we couldn't see that on those other two games.
Yeah, which was fascinating. We're like, oh, okay. So again, coming back to this theory that started the whole thing, which was like, can we make a game that is easier to sell, that people just want because of the high concept of it, as opposed to having to like get into the details of it? It was like, okay, apparently maybe even though Crashlands 2 is like a magnum opus for us in terms of like the tech, the art, the
I
whole
don't think I
fucking
went
kit.
far enough back. Fuck.
It's
Hard to
just
sell. Yeah,
Hard to sell.
it's just hard to sell.
So we're like, okay, interesting. And then also very excited because that meant that we could actually fucking get our own wish list for the first time ever, right? And granted, it takes a little bit of effort, but I've been doing the studio's like video editing stuff now for the whole time. And so we switched over to CapCut to get this started.
Let's see. Hold on. Ask a question. How long from the first 200-ish wish list to that 1,300 wish list? What the fuck happened? Where's my thing? God fucking damn it. Of course it's glitched.
Because again, tools matter a lot. Follow on from that.
Okay, pause, mute, pause. Okay, can I come down here if I'm not signed in? Still use this? No, God fucking damn it, I can't. Oh my God, Jesus Christ! Like, this is why I hate vidIQ extension. Half the time it fucks the UI. Oh, you're right. But why? It's because of this. Like, it took 2 months. August 12th to the start of October. Huh.
And it was not that bad to make these, so we made a couple more for October, but neither of those did very well. And again, we're still at this point just experimenting with trying to answer the question. You're doing two things. You're trying to say, like, does this game sell, but also, can I make a good short? And you don't want to conflict the two.
Well, and also just to establish a anchor point of timeline. So then at the start of October, which is when we actually started working on the game for real, we had about 1,300 wish lists at that time. And
I'm pretty shocked that they, even at 1,300, 2 months, 1,300, and for what they just made this whole spiel about being a studio with high-end costs, that they would go and commit to this? Like, brah, that seems... I mean, okay, their other games are doing well enough. The studio's profitable. They have a tail. I just feel like it's like, what do you mean they worked on it for real, though? Like, what's that mean? Even 2 people full time, that makes no sense for them. Like, they must have just had no other backlog and they're just exploring. Yeah, or it's the only game right now of all their prototypes. They're like, oh, well, I guess we try and do this.
Well, over half of those were coming from just that first YouTube short.
Yeah, I think that's the YouTube short and then the newsletter.
And the newsletter, yeah, it's probably almost all of it. Yeah.
Nothing from Steam. Like literally,
And Steam was not driving any traffic to the game.
Which also makes sense, because why would it? It was like, we have a prototype game with a simple page up, and they don't know if we're going to, they don't know anything about it at that point, right? So it makes sense.
Yep. So then, starting October, we start working on it, or we set our goal for the end of the year. We're basically trying to say we want to get this game done within a year. That was the goal.
So October, November, December. So they spend 3 months on taking small traction thing to like, I guess, demo. Okay. It's not that crazy, but still. I mean, it depends on how many other studio are working on this versus everything else, and what other opportunities could they have been doing? Like maybe maybe it's two of the brothers and they're burnt out from their other game, and they're just like, yo, I just need to work on something else. Like, I get it then.
6 months to a year basically was the timeline. And by the end of 2025, the calendar year, we want to have 20,000 wish lists. Because if we can't do that, like during dev with this sort of concept of these shorts.
Damn, they must have really put the resources on Sam, like, or the screws on Sam to be producing content for that. Because if they're in dev cycle and all they have is their prototype, whatever shenanigans, the only way you're driving those wish lists is through the short form content or long form, but it sounds like they went short form. So, damn. Okay.
And this other stuff, then probably that's a signal that we should just sort of get the thing out the door.
And with a 1 year cycle, because we call it a 1 year dev cycle, right? But it's a 1 year dev and marketing and publishing cycle, the whole thing.
Yeah,
right?
Concept to launch.
Yeah, so that means that we had a much more constrained amount of time to accumulate the wish list that we needed for launch. And so we felt like if after the first basically 4-ish months of really working on it, if we couldn't move that needle enough to start accumulating wish lists, then we thought that we didn't have enough time, or it was the wrong project to try to do in a single year.
Well, that's part of the theory. Back to what Sam was saying, it's part of the theory that we were kind of coalescing on, which is you can put your game out there and people don't respond, and you might think to yourself like, oh, I just need to add like another feature, and then you add that feature and people still don't respond, and you add another feature, people still don't respond, and it turns out that it's not the extra features that are missing, it's the core concept of the game that people aren't responding to. And so if we couldn't get 20,000 wish lists by the end of the year, so after the first 3 months of dev, then there's a problem with the core concept of the game, and then we should just probably think about making something else.
Yeah, but importantly, that's not us being like, we'll do no marketing and just have it on Steam, and then
we're going to try to.
We should just have.
I do want to put an underline on that, right? Because again, like we are seeing non-signals. We've talked about this in various previous episodes, which are we're doing things and nothing is happening. So like Steam page goes up, nothing is happening, right?
Does that mean
some
anything?
of these? Some of the shorts go up, not really much happens. But even with those shorts that did perform poorly, so again, there are 2 more shorts in October that did poorly. It was like 11,000 views and 6,000 views.
Yeah, you mean
because nothing was happening on the short page.
Poorly on YouTube.
On YouTube, yeah. Because nothing was happening on the Steam page, we could still see a.
I mean, this game is still much faster dev cycle and more experimental than their last 2 games. Yeah. This is a version making incremental game. Okay, yeah. I mean, it's also the fact that they've been doing it 15 years, and it makes sense. Like the time from idea to execution, unless they increase the scope of the game or the complexity of the game, should be somewhat decreasing. If they're making the same level or less complexity of their games, but their skills are increasing, their frameworks, their process, their systems, then I would expect that they're getting more efficient. And it's not the same linear. Like there's going to be diminishing returns to just how efficient they can get. But okay.
Bump though, which is hilarious. It's like you could literally, you're getting like 5 wishes a day. You can see a bump of 10 because you put a fucking short out, right?
Make a short, gets 10,000 views. You still get 25 wishes out of it. It's like, I mean, it's still converted.
Yeah.
Like,
so
the video was bad.
The video was bad. I did a bad job, but somehow it worked.
But
that's the opposite. Yeah. So we're always looking for, I guess you do need to collect signals from a variety of places before you decide that like probably this isn't going to work. Because the reality is that you need a very strong signal at some point that the thing's going to work, right? But
I
it's
think
hard
the
to know.
key good signal. I think the reason else this worked out well for us in terms of like when you're trying to interpret these signals for all these like these go no go decisions, right? We got to start with that really strong signal from the GMTK.
We did, yes. Right? That was honestly that was the thing.
And that we really held on, because there were all these other times where we're looking at stuff like the ones that Sam just described, where we're like, is this a signal that like is the reason that this performed poorly on YouTube was because people aren't responding well to the game? Or is it because this wasn't a good video and YouTube didn't push it up the algorithms, right? And you can't know that. And so so you have this uncertainty the whole time. We had this uncertainty the whole time of are we chasing something dumb? Should we not be doing this? But the thing we got to hold on to the whole time was that the strongest signal we frankly had until we had a couple shorts really take off as well.
And at this stage of dev, we also really had to force ourselves to get over the fear of making a bad impression.
Yeah.
Where we're like, if we make a bad video trying to showcase the game and almost nobody sees it, the video doesn't exist.
Yeah.
If nobody sees it and it doesn't really work or whatever, it's not going to ruin the public perception of the game. There is no public perception of the game. So
it really
just
doesn't
try
matter.
stuff. Just make a bunch of videos trying different.
Yeah, a big part of this, I think, was
pitches,
it's sort of like casting off a lot of the stuff we learned, frankly, over the last 15 years in this last year, about like how precious you have to be.
The AAA mindset.
The AAA mindset,
you
or
really
even
gotta
like the
curate
AAA
the-
and because
even like the big indie mindset. Of,
they have a game that is before operating in a different paradigm. Like whatever their other Crash whatever game, they're going to operate as time is precious because they have a dedicated audience that they can reach, that player base. There is a perception of that type of game, the quality, what you're willing to pay for. And this is a prototype YOLO. No one cares.
like, yeah, how particular all this stuff has to be, how perfect all it has to be.
Yeah, keep everything secret
like-
until you
like
have a big
why does
reveal, and that big
GTA
reveal is
yeah,
perfect. And
Like, for like GTA 6 is like the counterexample, right? Where it's like they'll sit there for 8 years of dev and then they'd be like, here's one screenshot.
Yep.
Right.
And
And
it's
everybody's like,
fucking
oh,
leaked.
right. It's because they already have the audience. They
Well,
don't
and
need.
also, they still haven't even put a gameplay trailer.
Yeah,
Just
they're
raw
not.
gameplay.
Yeah,
You know what I
they're
mean?
not.
Seen
They're
it.
not. They're not convincing anybody. Everybody's already convinced.
Yeah.
They don't have to do anything. Right?
Yeah, so we're like, okay, we want to be in that camp. Quit fucking around with like, or as in like where the high concept of the game, people just want it, and then it's just how good are we at putting things together in a shape that people will like be able to see it in, such that they can find out that it exists.
And it's also the idea that we don't control when things happen. So what we
Yes.
can do is keep building all the nets that catch people when things happen, right? And so that's why we didn't do a Steam store page launch in a meaningful sense, right? We just put it up. Because once it was up, then
It's
we
a
could
net.
start accumulating wish lists.
It's a
It's
net.
It's there. We can now catch people if they
Eat those
Don't be
fees.
so fucking precious about it. Yeah, because again, Rick, we weren't counting. Steam will not send traffic to your store page. I guess this is the big
Yeah, there's no
ta-da.
such thing as a store page launch, right?
Well, unless you are pointing people to it.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That's the note. So like, if you're being all precious about like exactly what your store page looks like, but you have the game, for example, like a prototype of the game up on itch.io, just fucking put the Steam store page up and put people over, because the thing people are responding to is the game that they're playing on itch.io, because Steam is not doing anything for you. Steam is just sitting there. It's just sitting there.
Until you post a demo. Yep, Steam ain't doing shit for you.
Yeah,
So-
because right. What you're saying is the only people who will even see that store page are the people you have managed to send.
People who are already
Yes.
interested in it
Someone
because they're coming
play.
from somewhere
So you're
else.
fine. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, so they're not going to care what like which doesn't mean put a sloppy store page together, but it does
Well,
mean
we
you don't
still
have to
had
be
a
too
trailer.
precious about it.
We made like a 15-second trailer. We had screenshots. We put together like we
Oh, yeah,
made a
you
pitch.
do all the things.
You know, and we barely had anything because it was still a jam game at that point. But we still made a pitch. You know what I mean? So
Yep. And so then basically at the end of October, we put together the trailer, which is still the trailer, like as of this moment, that is actually visible and everything. And that trailer was based on what we'd seen in terms of engagement rates for the shorts that we do. I think it's a recut of like one of those shorts videos. That basically the one that had done the best up to that point. And so that was also like a useful tool, which was like, okay, again, the shape of the media is important, but also it worked well in the shorts format. Maybe it'll work well as just a trailer. It didn't. Nothing happened with it. We put it out. We got like 1,200 views.
nobody cares
That's
about
good.
a trailer for the game that they've never heard of and that nobody's talking about.
I think it's just so precious. Again, like
but it's there.
it's there. I would do it kind of even dumber than we did this time around, where it's like, don't make that second one. Keep that 15-second stupid one that we made after the jam on the page, and just do shorts. That's kind of how I would do it now, until you need a announcement trailer or something, or you start getting into festivals.
And I will say throughout this entire process, anytime the game had changed enough where we felt like there was enough like visual interest to show, then we would do a repass of the store page and getting screenshots up. So we did that like every month basically.
We did it a
kind-
lot.
no,
we did it a few times.
It was just a few times. It was like 3 or 4 times. But that's like every,
but in those, it was in those first like 3 months, right? So it's like
Yes,
3 or 4
yeah,
times.
yeah.
I mean, it's a lot in the sense that it's
at
not
that
just
point.
because it's a lot relative to the scale of the calendar loop that the game is on, right? As in, like every month of dev while we were working on it in that early phase before we launched the demo.
Yeah, maybe like, oh shit, let me go get some screenshots.
Yeah, and
just
the
touch it
idea
up.
there is basically like, again, rather than being precious about it,
Shorts are OP. Yeah. If you can nail that, then you're solid. My plan and why I've been pushing so hard to get the games done for August 1st is one, yes, time for playtest, yes, time for iteration and all that stuff, and to get done in time for the content creators and all that. It's also because I want to change gears. I want to change gears from game to like shorts and just experimenting and just going and playing around and seeing like, you know, I'll spend a week August 1st to like August 8th of just building the tool and workflow for what I think I need for building out short form content. And then I'll just run a bajillion shorts a day of various structure, various setup. Like, I don't know, I'll do experiments. I'll get experiments of other people. I'll get the video content and I'll pay like 20 fucking fivers with the cheapest rate, and I'll just run through that and see like, oh, can that even work? Is $100 on Fiverr of just YOLO editors even good work or what? Like,
and having like the one thing that has to work now, the idea was, okay, as we're iterating on the game, also iterate on marketing. Put out some new shorts as once we feel like we've got the game now looks nicer, so maybe some shorts will perform better, right?
Yeah,
The
and
game
importantly, we
looks
actually
nicer,
used
maybe updating the screenshots.
yeah, we used concepts from the shorts to drive what we were going to focus on for dev.
Yeah,
so it'd be like we put together like, oh, it'd be funny to do a video about this thing, but we don't have the VFX done for that thing yet, so it will look cooler. So let's get those done, which is a thing we normally wouldn't have done until considerably later. So it was very much
marketing was the driver for dev decisions in a lot of cases.
Yes, in a lot of cases. And so that kind of continued, frankly, through the end of the year. But so from start of November, we had 1,600 wish lists. That's it. And then we had just gotten 300 in October. So even though we had those two shorts, again, they didn't really do much. Steam wasn't doing much. We just had to like passive kind of creep. That's not a lot. That's not a lot of gain. So this is where we start getting a little nervous.
Yeah. So store page has been up since August. Now it's November. 1,600 wish lists.
And then we start noticing. So
that's not good. So they got that bump. They moved quick on that one short. Then they just died. The question is, were they just busy with other things and someone wasn't consistent with the shorts?
I mean, like in November, very start of November, some random Brazilian creators covering the itch jam version. Out of nowhere, we just had the spike of like a couple hundred wish lists.
Yeah, it took a while to track down.
And the game's not. The game's in English.
Yeah, it's in English. So we're like, what the fuck? So we find this. We find this Wallace Sato was the guy. And then we also noticed that the videos are vastly outperforming the other videos on their channel. So again, two positive signals back to back, right? Someone randomly decides to put up the game. We didn't talk to anybody about this. The game's just sitting there. Randomly picks it up. And the two is that when they publish a video about it, the video does better for them than other things, which is a very important note for them.
Yeah. Which means
but where's Grodd? I need Grodd to tell me, when was that gorilla meme thing happening? Was that around this time? Because that is the behind the scenes fire that could find someone saying like,
it's beneficial for a YouTuber to make a video about the game because it drives.
Yes, and that's a really strong signal, because if that's true, that means you can get streamers have a high incentive to cover the game.
Yes, that's like honestly one of the most important ones. Of course, it's hard to know if that's going to happen until you get someone to cover it, which is it's all the circular shit.
It's important to emphasize how much to like. There's luck. There's luck here. There's always luck, right? And
100%.
Yeah.
So we then from that point we have a daily deal coming up for Crashlands and Crashlands 2. So this is like a franchise sale. So we update Crashlands and Crashlands 2 to include a little call out on the main menu.
oh my god. Do I even need to watch? Do I even need to watch? I don't even need to watch more. Let's run the fucking numbers. It's probably gonna be ridiculous, guys. I know what the stats are for on this. It's just silly. Like, how many copies has Crashland and Crashlands 2 sold? Gamma. Analytics. The moment they said this, they don't even, I can just pause it. I don't even need, I can go look for the fucking game sales and 133 in the original. 570,000 the other. How many players are active? How long ago was it released? Okay, that. How long was their other one? Okay, 2025. They probably did major updates. Let's go look at Steam DB. I know you can't see it. I'm just quickly doing it. Like, charts. Go back. So they're playing like 400 concurrent players when they. Oh no, that's April. Go even further back actually. Back here, they're like 500-ish. So they're doing like 3 times Black Hole. So let's see. 100, 300, 300 plus. Oh, it's daily deal. So you guys third. So I don't know if it's well, actually, it's a franchise. So this is easy. This is at least probably 5K plus wish list if I had to just guess. Like I would be over what time? Anyways, I'll say 5K. It's gonna be a big. It's probably like I would say it's going to be a big number.
There, basically in time for that daily deal, so that we can maybe get some like passive kind of people punching through.
Some passive. Oh my god! If this is not 5K from all this, because it's going to include the 2 weeks discount after daily deal, I don't know what exact date they're going to give. If they're just going to give the number for the daily deal alone, I will be shocked.
We did see that. It's true. It does work a bit. I wouldn't say that like that's the driving force of any of How Many Dudes' success, though. I think it's a really important note.
Well, maybe a couple hundred wish lists.
No way. No way. There's no way they UTM tracked this. No fucking way. I don't believe it whatsoever. A couple hundred. No. How bad was your daily deal then? Or, well, okay. Maybe their player base wouldn't play this game? No, I figured 5,000. Over the lifetime of that being there, because it's not just, that's the thing, it's not just the daily deal. And that's why I'm like, they probably didn't UTM track this code, because it's the daily deal plus the 2 weeks of discount of the daily deal, which is going to drive a huge amount of volume on that title page. And then, unless they removed it after the daily deal, which would be stupid, it's the indefinite amount of the game until they remove that.
So we don't have good attribution, so it's hard to know, but it'll have added like a low baseline. But for some context, for the crash,
I think they're downplaying actually how much this probably carried some of the wish list of the game. Like, I know what Black Hole does across the 3 games we have with title rotation. We UTM track it, and I am shocked a game of their size that they're gonna say, did like a couple hundred. Don't believe it one bit. Don't believe it one bit.
Crashlands 2 launched, that was a big way that we drove wishlist and traffic into Crashlands 2.
Yeah, it was like probably the primary driver of Crashlands 1.
Yeah, from the data that we were able to collect, like it looks like the main driver was Crashlands 1 to Crashlands 2, call to action, go wishlist the game. We knew that because How Many Dudes is such a different game, right? Mm-hmm. That rate would be way lower, and it is.
Almost zero.
But there's no reason not to pull that lever and just add that baseline.
When you got like 5 wish lists a day, don't be precious about it. It's fine. If you get 6 wish lists a day, wow, it's a 20% increase.
Yeah, it's a huge boost.
Great. So again, that's an important note. And again, like targeting wise, Crashlands 2, the store page was up for like almost 3 years, and we had about 180,000 wish lists right before like the launch ramp happened, right? And so that's, you gotta keep in mind, like we're thinking, and our minds are like, how the fuck do we condense 2 or 3 years of marketing energy into this?
All the levers you have, but that's why I don't believe I think if they didn't UTM track it, which I think they kind of admit there that they don't have the attribution as well, I think it does a lot more than they're getting credit of.
in the game.
Wow,
Well, and especially the case of Crashlands 2, every lever we pulled was from Crashlands 1 success, right? And we couldn't do that going into
How many dudes is a new thing. There's no existing fan base to pull from.
So we're like, okay, we got to really figure this out. Yeah. So middle of November rolls around. We put together a group of shorts that all kind of scheduled out, boom, boom, boom. And I think the second one of those that went live was the Bean Burrito short, the vampire farting itself back to life using a bean burrito, which was a bug in the game that was hilarious.
Look at their follower graph. It doesn't increase much. Yeah, but the follower early on, the ratio could be 1 to like between like 30 on the low end of wish list up to like 100. So even if the follower count just went up 10, it could be 1,000 wish lists behind that. And the other thing I was saying is, it's not just about in this moment. It's not just the daily deal day. It's the daily deal plus the 2 weeks for the discount. And then indefinite unless they removed it. So even if you're pulling 30, 40 wish list a day because of this, behind the scenes, because of all the influx of new people to the board, whatever, Crashland 2, all of a sudden you forward 60 days on even 10 wish lists a day from this, it's 600, 1,200. That's why I'm like, they probably didn't UTM track it. And they think they'll have another event that is so big that they can't even extract, like they can't extract this. Because once you have a huge event, oh, your 20, 30 a day from this just disappears. But I have the data on Black Hole. So I have talked to other devs how broken the title screen rotation lever is like this. Like, oh, sorry, the title screen call to action is.
Yes. And that video ended up being our first like big video. So it got like 900,000 views in its first week, generated around 2,200 wish lists. And
yeah, see, even once this video happens, everything else, the small burn, it just goes bye-bye. You can't even see it.
What was also interesting is that like sort of the follow-on from that, after that video went boom, then all the videos on the channel. I mean, like the total amount of views lift that we got was actually around like 1.5 million.
Even
total.
the shorts that previously hadn't really gotten many views, suddenly they get 10 or 20,000 extra views just because they're,
or in some cases like 100,000 or 200,000.
Because YouTube, it's algorithmic, right? And so like we can say like this short is about the game, how many dudes, and they're all tagged, they're all flagged that way on the back end. And so if people really highly engage with a video about how many dudes, then those people are more likely to be shown other videos about how many dudes. Well, nobody's making videos about how many dudes except us at this point. Yep. So all of our shorts just suddenly just like lift. Shot up. Yeah.
Well, that was also just a lesson we learned too about how the YouTube stuff works, is that every time something you have takes off, YouTube is like, oh, maybe I should remind people about this channel in case,
Right. Yeah, I think the YouTube algorithm is the most mature one of all the platforms. So the reason I'm not talking about TikTok or Instagram is because we started cross-posting our videos over there and like just couldn't get them to do fucking anything. Even though, again, the exact same video, the Vampire Burrito one, got like I think like 2,000 or 3,000 views on Instagram, maybe like 11,000 on TikTok. Nothing, right? So again, we're figuring out, like, I think it's also one of the challenges when you're making the short form content or any of this marketing stuff is like you're trying to get a signal, but there's randomness in this algorithmic crap. And I think YouTube is the reason I like YouTube as like a testing platform is because it's the most reliable from its behavior standpoint. There's still weird shit where like you'll put up a video, one of those videos that was alongside the burrito one had better metrics. Like all of the metrics.
Every metric. Yeah.
But didn't. I don't know why.
Maybe it got less comments or something. We don't know behind the scenes what the.
Yeah. And so it's like we don't know exactly, but you can tell. You basically can tell that a video is going to do like well based on some of those early metric reads that you get behind the scenes on YouTube Shorts versus on like TikTok or whatever else. It's just like a fucking random. To be honest with you,
and also just the analytics are there's enough there's stuff you can hold on to because you're like, oh, people like really dropped off after this point, and so what was happening in the video at that point? It's because there's something we can take away from there, right? There's just a lot of learning we could do from
a reliable sharpening tool for that. But this kind of hit to a point where we're like, okay, we need to try. It seems like we could try now because we got like clearly this works. reaching out to some streamers. Like, can we get this is like the next layer, right? Okay, we can do these shorts. We get some views on these shorts. Those turn into wish lists. Can we get some streamers to cover it on purpose? So we sent out about 60 keys, half to English speaking streamers and half to like Chinese streamers on the 21st of November, and waited for pickup. Very hopeful, like within a couple of days, given what we just seen with the short.
Where did they get a list of Chinese streamers? Boys, tell me, where do they get a fucking list of Chinese streamers? Because for the love of God, I cannot find, unless they mean on YouTube, like they just happen to have their channel marked as like Chinese. I do not know how to get a list of 30 Chinese streamers outside of like on YouTube. The channel just happens to be marked in the language of Chinese. Like other platforms, no idea how to do that.
Nothing happened.
Just nothing.
Nothing happened. So that was a big bummer because we're like, oh, it's just again, you're trying to wade through.
Yeah, probably they've reached out to people like Crashland 2. If they had like Gamers Guy or someone who covered Asia, they probably reached out either to the ones who covered that and like, hey, do you want to cover this anyways? Or they reached out to whoever they partner with.
Through and sift through these confusing signals that just make you anxious as fuck because you're like, are we doing the right thing? It's like, yeah, and then you're like, you said try some other kind of a signal, and it's like crickets. And so
Was there just a delay on this? I feel like they're going to tell me like they sent it, they heard nothing, but then 3 weeks later it's like, oh, and all of a sudden we got an uptick. Like you have to understand the content creators. They have a schedule. Like they have other shit. It's planned.
Times where I started getting very anxious because I was basically we looked through our wish lists and all of them, again, Steam still hadn't done literally anything for us at this point. All of our wish lists were from shorts now, basically.
Yeah. So coming into the very start of December, so end of November, we're at 6,700 wish lists. Yeah. And 5,000 of those were from November, all from the shorts.
Yes. Yeah. And so again,
that's not bad though. 6,700, and they closed that in 2 months on mostly. Well, I don't believe it's just shorts. Like, I don't know how they have attribution. They're probably just eyeballing when they posted a short, and when I think there's a low burning from that title page that they're getting. Even 10 days starts 10 a day adds up over 60 days. That's 600 wish lists just from the title page. 20 would be 1,200.
And paired with zero organic traffic from Steam, Seth and I had a chat where I was like, I don't know how, if we want to hit this 20,000 mark by the end of the month, I need to only be making shorts.
Because it's the only thing that's generating.
Yeah. And we had a few ideas that I could make some stuff for, but we had to make more of the game. Like the game was still very fucking early, right? And so I was really stressed out because I was like, I don't know how to somehow be two people at once and do both these things and also do the design chats. I was like, quite freaking out. And so Seth was like, well, why don't we just instead, if we know that basically people can make content about the game that does do well, then it stands to reason that if we just get the fucking demo out, then it won't all be on you anymore to be making content. You could sort of, be free, and everybody else can make content too.
Yeah,
right?
because we would send out the keys, no response. But aside from the Brazilian YouTuber, these little videos kept popping up of people playing the jam version from way back when, which is free, right? So we're like, if there's a free version of the current version of the game out there that's way better and has way more stuff going on, then other people will make videos about the game, and we no longer have to, and we can put our time into working on the game.
It at least creates the opportunity, and creates the opportunity for the knock-on effects of then now when we do make a video and spend the time to do that it doesn't just become a dead end where we did it, we made the video about the game, people see it, maybe they wishlist it, maybe they don't, but there's no other next action they can take.
But
they can't
now
be like,
we still have to make the next video.
Yeah, they can be like, oh, I want to make a video about this, right?
Yeah.
So we said, okay, we're going to try to target the middle of January to get this demo out. That seems like a good time. It's after the winter sale, whatever. Let's just kind of cruise.
And this is like start of December when we're kind of having this.
Yeah. So we work on the game for about 10 days, and then we're like, fuck it, we can just launch this thing on the 17th. Let's just get this out before.
Fuck it. We
Fuck
ball.
Again, quit being so precious about it. We're like the game. We basically, and that happened because we were playing it enough internally.
Damn, they just launched a demo like that, or was it a play test and they're just calling it that?
We'd finished a couple of these
up,
other
but-
systems changes that we wanted that were essentially like these meta level system changes that were more underscoring of like how the final experience was supposed to be, right? That we were like, honestly,
Nope, release date December 16th. Wow, they just full nuked it. Though it's not a bad time because December 16th, that's the day after Black Hole, and you're about to go in a winter sale. The amount of games that were releasing right then is dead, fucking dead during that whole period. Because you don't have Next Fest, so there's like no demos. You are entering winter sale, so even launch games are nil. So you probably honestly just take over the free trending section if you have any sort of like, yeah. When I'm looking at the graph when they launch, it's like Tuesday 165 players, 200 players, 400 players, 400 players. Then the day after Christmas, I think that is December 26th, 961. Boom, 1,000, 1,500, 2,000, 2,500. Yeah, so
anything we add from here on is going to be an ad.
Yeah.
It's not like a big change.
Which
if
isn't
that
an
makes sense.
important note. We didn't just pull the lever. Literally, like, who cares? It
No.
wasn't that,
Yeah.
right?
Oh, yeah,
It was-
our internal signal was when I accidentally played the game for 20 hours over the weekend. I was like,
Yes.
it's good.
So it's like,
Like,
that's
it's
fucking fine.
fucking
Most people
good.
play a demo
Yeah.
for like max an hour. That's
There's
your benchmark.
placeholder art everywhere. There's missing VFX, but it's fun as fuck. So,
Yeah.
so who cares?
Yeah, so we're like, okay. So we just decided the shape of that, basically what content to cut out that we had already produced, put a few blockers and stuff to make sure that we weren't accidentally releasing stuff that we didn't want to be. Decided on December 17th instead of waiting until mid-January. The winter sale was going to start right after that, so we were like, whatever.
yeah, and our rationale was basically nobody else is going to be launching
oh, there we go.
anything new.
Because it's a dumb idea to launch stuff during the winter sale.
Yeah.
Yes.
And that's the counter meta right there. It's a dumb idea to launch anything during the winter sale, but that means nobody's launching anything.
And so we'll be a new thing. And we don't know if that's going to get up above any noise because there's going to be a lot of noise during the winter sale. But, we assumed like demos are going to be differently anyway from people actually buying games. And
There's exactly. There's a lot of noise of games released, but not games releasing. Not releasing. Demos releasing.
thought there might be like a visibility lane that kind of
Yeah.
lived there.
Well,
It
and
turns out this is true. Like there's a Zakowski article on how to market a game about how Cairn did this actually the year before us, where they released their demo right before the sale, because top demos is like a category, or trending
Yeah.
free is like a category.
that even
that's
during the
visible.
winter sale, the top demo like stuff is still there. It doesn't get
Yes.
buried, by
Yes,
the
but if
winter
you
sale.
if you launch your actual game, don't do that.
Yeah, don't
okay,
do that.
Then you're
That's-
fucked.
Then you're fucked. So, but again, don't be too cavalier about it.
Actually, see, I released the game right then, and it was a great strategy because of exactly what they're going to say. Sometimes you got to meta the meta.
But yeah, so we also had a Kotaku article lined up around this time too, and so we ended up on December 14th, so a couple of days before, this guy Sifty, who is one of the guys we had reached out to for
Oh, Sifty.
in that November batch of influencers who we never heard from, randomly happened to put a video out, and again we saw the same thing. Where it was like we got like 400 wishlists from it. It was his best video on his channel by a large margin, and so we were like, let's just fucking pull the triggers.
I think she
so
made
we actually,
several, right? Because
yeah, he made several.
that
in a row.
video did so
Over the
well
next-
that he
yeah.
made several.
Yeah, so December 16th, we were like, it's good, whatever, let's fucking just send it.
Yeah, so we just launched the demo one day because also again, like nobody was waiting for the There
No
was
one's waiting for you.
no
No one cares.
press. There was, we're just like, fuck it. We just launched it on the
Yep.
16th.
Yeah, we really
And-
embraced the freedom this time around that nobody gives a shit.
Yeah, which again,
about
like
what
we're not
we're
doing for the launch, but for the demo, like if nobody gives a shit about your game, you're free to do anything. You know,
Yeah,
you just, just
And
go.
so we had about 7,600 wish lists at this point.
Yeah.
And
So we
we
had 2
also-
weeks to go until the end of the year, where our goal was 20,000 by end of year, and so
Yeah,
we
yeah.
like a
Yeah,
third
like
of the way there.
7,600 accumulated wish lists from, again, a quick game that we put together that had no coverage of any sort, really, right? That we're
Mhm.
pulling our own levers for and that kind of stuff. Like that's not a
It ain't nothing.
it's not
But-
nothing. It's not enough to have any confidence that we can launch a game and then pay
Yes.
our team, right? But it's not nothing. But it is
Mhm.
not enough, right?
yes. And so, yeah, we're trying to still just thinking that maybe something will happen that we can get up to this, like,
Right.
this 20,000 mark that we set. And importantly with this, the partner we use for handling our press outreach and stuff, Recoup, they send out emails to like a bajillion streamers for this demo thing. So again, we are hitting the button to be like, oh, whatever, fuck it, a day early. I think they still sent out their stuff on the 17th. Because they were, I don't know, I can't remember if they were in Discord and we were like suddenly just like, hey, change plans, we're doing it today. But they sent out emails to like 1,000 people or something, you know.
Yeah, we're
being
still
like,
doing
hey,
all the things.
demo's out. But again, we're expecting like maybe nothing to happen, and we send a newsletter out as well. So the peak of day one, peak concurrent players, is like 139 people, right? At this point, we're all, I mean, personally, I was already like, great, that's all awesome. That's
I think we had like 2,000 people play it.
Yeah.
The first day
like,
total.
that's fucking dope. And I was like, okay, if we can get up to like, if we could just see it grow or kind of see what this growth pattern is for this thing, hopefully it gets up to like 200, maybe 300 peak CCU. That would be awesome. It's a lot of players, whatever. So then a lot of things happened. It just started rolling up.
Basically, our plan actually worked.
The plan worked,
Yeah.
which is, again, we've had a lot of plans over 15 years, well grounded.
They generally don't work.
They generally don't work.
Or they, if they work, it's like they
It's
work
hard to-
at the mediumest way that they
Yeah.
can.
Yes. Yeah. And so this one just worked. And so by the end of the year, so fast forward 2 weeks, we had 47,914 wish lists. So that's more than
Yeah.
double our
Because like
goal.
YouTubers just kept playing it, and then more of them would play it, and more of them would play it, and it just kind of
Yeah,
just
so
all
almost every time they did,
all become
the
Jason.
video that they had
Channel
just
did well.
made performed better than all
because
the
we're a
recent.
master of short form content. Oh, you know what's one shitty thing I found out, Jason, though? Remember Jester? Yeah, this I didn't know. So their fee is 20 to 25%. Now maybe like I guess you had a publisher and they just absorb that in their marketing fee in marketing spend, but damn. If I go spend like under 10 grand, they're gonna take 25% of that. It's just their cut. I'm in the wrong fucking business, boys. I need to grow as a big enough publisher to just go there, cut out that entire. It's just a connector platform. There's no reason for the fee to be that high, in my opinion. Like it's actually just like I don't know. I just think that's kind of, I mean, if it works, yes, but they have a monopoly carved out, right? Like they've solved that chicken egg problem. That's why they have a premium. But the main issue is actually, if you have big enough wallets or you control enough of the spend, you don't need them. Right? You can always contact. Yeah, but I meant like, I have an idea on someday to replace them on a entirely different model.
videos, and so then they made another one, right?
Yep. And so, and it just kept going. I remember this whole time just being like, okay, this must be literally every day we were like, that must be the drop off point.
Yeah,
'cause there's
we had that thing about like we're hyped about the fact that it kept going up, and we're like, this is it though. Like
Yeah,
this is
there's no way.
like because we don't want to get we don't want to do the LLM thing. Like, oh, if we just keep adding, look, this graph looks like this.
Yeah.
If we just trace it, it's going to be 83 times higher by this point next year.
Yep.
You know, like
Yeah.
We're just assuming that it's just gonna
It's a cliff. at some
nosedive
point.
at some
Which is
point.
also how games always work, is they hit a peak, and then the rate at which you hit the peak is the same rate at which it comes back down to the other side, right?
So we're like, okay, but then it just kept going, and the peak was actually on January 7th after Moist Critical, I think, played it for the first or second time, and it was a peak concurrent players of 3,300, which, again, for context, with Crash and 2's launch, Crash and 2's peak was around 8,800, which was fantastic.
Yeah, for a launch game.
Yeah, for a launch game.
Yeah.
And so we were like,
I
wow,
think at this point
okay.
we were competing for the #1 played demo spot with that sword game, right?
Yes, Half Sword.
Half Sword.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep. Which had been chilling there for like 6 months or something. And so it was a very fun time. We were like, wow, this is weird.
This is something.
Was that also when we finally caught the discovery queue, or was that?
Yes. Yeah.
Because I think that's also
beginning
what
of
helped us
January.
hit the peak. There was
It was after the store page turned over.
Yeah.
We finally
After
got Discovery Queue.
after
So
the
again,
winter sale. Yeah.
we entered Discovery Queue. Now,
Yeah, have to be huge for that, boys. I'm out. All right, I'm not gonna finish the video. I got too much other shit to do. I need to like lock the fucking boys. We have a bajillion things to do. There's too many bald guys on the screen. You guys got the maximum baldness. We're the trio baldness. I'm competing for this brother's spot because we're aligned, literally. We're going co-working mode. We're gonna play the music. I need to use the bathroom. I need to brush my teeth. We need to get some more water. I need to get more water for the coffee. I'll be back in like 15 minutes, and then we go full on co-work, and I'll see you guys in, I don't know, an hour and a half or something like that. Great. So to the co-working on the camera that's off. Fantastic. We are totally like we know what we're doing. Oh, it's actually not off. It's just pointing to the wall. There we go. Hey. Hey, there we go. And then we just boop it around.
having self-generated.
Stop. Go down, down, down. There we go. And I think this is inverse. There we go. There we go. I make a ham sandwich. Make the ham sandwich. And then we need to update the timer. One. That is in what? An hour and 40? That sounds good. And I press start, and there we go. All right, I got stuff to do before we start, but I will be here, and then we'll be back when the timer ends. And what's that saying? Bob's your uncle? Christy has live Q&A? What the fuck am I supposed to do with that? I'm gonna go to the bathroom and then we're gonna start. Boys. Ah. It's gonna be too slow. React content? I'll do it tomorrow. It's gonna be way too slow. I can like 3x that fucking speed when he records it. I almost have level 3 or breaker done. Rise up, boys. If you have your next asset pack stock, that means you're basically done, right? I have my next asset pack for my next game too. Okay, let me turn down some of the music. 'Cause... That should be good for the music. Let's get this. Pulls out the treadmill. Feel a little wiped. Okay, I'm not gonna lie, the codec stuff, it's kind of frying me. Actually, I think the music is still a little too loud for you guys. versus me. I want to be super loud. You should only hear me. Hee hee hee. Nice. See, Jinxie's jamming. Okay, so I need a treadmill, but oh yeah, the codex stuff is just frying me, boys. Fucking frying. Okay, I got like 50 fucking agents going on, 50 visual codes, 50 things. I just need to figure out the ABC to add in the XYZ. Bro, what do you mean? You don't have a game then? Put alter your laptop to work? No. I can't. I can't. Guys, I just can't. I don't think you understand. Lately, like the last 2 days, I've been getting moderate headaches from the sheer I think I'm literally feeling the fucking glucose burning. Like even touching my head, I feel like I can feel like the fucking warmth, the warmth of the brain power just fucking going. The puzzle elements gave you a headache? Exactly. That's why I don't play the puzzle games. It's not even the puzzle-esque stuff. It's like the context maintaining of like just how many things are happening at the same time is fucking intense. I'll show you guys what I was doing in a second. Almost. Okay. Thorny, how goes the reaction game dev? Miley? What are you doing here? Is Jackie not on? I'm confused. Jackie's not on. That is why you're here. Okay. Listen, I don't know, the schedule is wonky, okay? The schedule is wonky because games are shipping. You know, it's do or die. Oh, right. I mean, you guys don't care. You want to hear the sound effects, probably. Let me scroll down to Ore Breaker, change this to all. Close this, goes. I think you guys can hear that, so. Continue. Alright. Oh shit, the fucking shield unit, boys. Oh Oh my god, peace. I didn't even know this might be unbalanced. Oh fuck, he put his shield back up. Fuck. Oh fuck. Ah, it just got hit. Oh fuck, we gotta commit. We gotta commit. Oh, that's good. Okay. No, that's too strong, boys. We just barely got the boss. That's way too strong for new people. And the boss is like super weak. I need to change the ramp down and stuff. Okay. So, so L3 gears required 20% less. And also, not just a jacking mod. Biley actually thinks people recognize Biley for other things. We were calling you Bailey for one moment, you know? Sometimes I have to remind myself of that, to be honest. Yeah, Brainerd said, who's Riley? How far is Chris in his content?
You are in a
An hour. There ain't any hot takes on this? Like, is it just is it Spiral Trap Studio? Wait, that's Jason. Jason says he's scared. Wait, what? What happened? Jason, why are you scared? Oh, cause they scared. I thought he said cause I'm scared. I was panicked for him. Panicked. Watching cat video game? Oh, I said that was such a good game, and who was it? Sock? Was it you? No, I think it was Thomas and Andy. They shat on me. They told me, oh, that game's not, the cats are kind of creepy, and I was like, no, I'm telling you guys, this is the game. Sure enough, won the X Fest. Soulless, I think is the word they used. You know what I'm thinking? That's like a fundamental change. Fuck, that's a fundamental change. I was like, do I have boss progression not require you to pick up the gears? I think I do. It's not a huge code change. I can still let the unit. I still want them to pick up gears for resources on the skill tree. That's fine. Okay, let me commit my work, and we'll see what the change feels like. Look, I don't even need to keep this context no more. Codex can do it. If I was with you guys, I'd be on the other monitor doing other shit. Actually, this took way longer than I thought it would. Why did it take so long? Oh, because I include that. Whoops. Whoops. Should have said what was the high level overview. Yeah, this was kind of slow. Now I'm just burning tokens for the sake of burning tokens. Because now it's going to actually want to understand all the fucking enums in the skill tree. Fuck my life. Level data manager, and what is it? Enemy manager. Oh, wait, what? What? I just fucked up, but it's okay. Fucking lazy kid. God damn it. I tried to be too lazy. I missed Heed. What you doing? Nothing. Don't worry, Ginger. Taking over the world, one commit at a time. We're living the dream. What? We're not in a bad mood. What? No. We're in good mood. We're on the treadmill. Sales are to the moon, boys. Wish list going well. Got a podcast that I'm scheduled for after releases. Actually, 3 podcasts scheduled after the game releases. 3 games shipping. I'm currently on schedule for what I planned this week. GodotCon asked me to do a second talk while I was there instead of just one. So I will be in 2 talks. Well, sorry, one is a talk and one is a panel. I will be in Calgary at a conference now as a backup speaker. Life can't be bad. Okay. September comes along, we get a nice legal settlement, probably. You know, I'm feeling good. Right, Ginger Dev? We just sue everyone. No, I didn't sue well, okay, that's not true. I didn't sue shit. I didn't sue any person. This is a dispute before even game dev. I got family fun fishing trip coming up soon. First week of September, Labor Day weekend, whatever that is. I got the Boiz coming up from out wherever. They're gonna come here. Sockhouse is gonna come stay. Andy's thinking of maybe coming to Montreal. I'll put that down as maybe someday list. When is GodotCon? I don't know. Next week, July something. It's on my calendar. Okay, so all that is committed. And then if I go like this, okay, push those. Now, let's see what it'll feel like if continue to drop the gears, but don't get boss progress. Those up, and instead how do you think this is gonna feel? So I'm torn. A piece of me says when you kill the enemy, that should immediately reflect the boss progress. Another piece of me says, nah, it should only be when they pick up the gears. But the gears are currency for like the skill tree. And just like war. And it's like, if you don't get it, you lose it. But killing the units, I feel like you shouldn't have to go pick up the gears to continue to the boss. It's a little bit of a nerf of the game, to be quite honest. Because right now you have to play very risky to spawn out the boss a little bit. But I also don't like that. Because it makes you have to play extremely aggressive on the timer. Make an incremental World War One game. I don't know about that. I got so many games going on. It's unbelievable, guys. We're having discussions about next games. You know. I think Andy's already prototyping another game. Thomas is talking about another game. I actually thought today was Friday, boys. That's how we are in timeline. I thought literally today was Friday. Today is actually Thursday. So I don't have a call in 30 minutes. That's good. Okay. So actually we're really on schedule then. Because I'm like, we're kind of on schedule if today's Friday. Like for the end of the week. I'm like, it's getting tight. But boom, I just created an extra day just like that. Okay, so whoa, 42 gears, 84 media. Why is there media progress? What's so different? Wait, what? Let me see what happened there. Oh my goodness. I kind of think I like that. What's the wish list number for all three? I haven't even looked. No idea. Over 10,000? Collectively, yeah. Combined, over 10,000. Individually, I don't know. 355? So that's 13? Something like that? The time frame on them wasn't very long, was it? Mine Doors was kind of long. In the grand, like both calendar wise and time spent on it. Um, just keep fishing. I think that was really February ish, around February, we'll say. And then Orbreaker was like me and Andy working on all the other games, and we slipped that one in. And that was like total time was less than 4 weeks. And the irony is, Warbreaker in less than 4 weeks, it is likely in, let's say, it's going to be very close to Mining and Dwarves for wishlist until like the content creator strategy comes out. Then who knows? Then it's who covered what in terms of content creators. They're all going to diverge, likely. So like 4 weeks for almost 5,000 wish lists, I think is pretty stellar. And not a single content creator like YouTube covered that one. Versus Mining Dwarf had Dex and Idle Cub play it. And that probably counted for at least 1,000 wish list. I don't know, 700, 1,000, let's say. And I'm not crazy worried about Warbreaker in a sense of, oh no, content creator covered it, because it's not incremental. So I would be surprised if any incremental content creators covered it. And I don't have a huge bullet hell creator list. So that's for the full release list of things that I need to do. Best of luck. A year from now? Oof. A year from now will be a long time. Unless you meant the total time frame of the year, and you're already 7 months in, so 5 months left ish. 5 months left is not actually that far, to be honest. Because let's see, a year puts me. Oh no, this game was started a month and a half. Okay, so well, I'll round up and say 6 months from now. Sorry, a month and a half will round down. 2 months, I'll say. 10 months from now, what will have I been in? 10 months from now, those 3 will ship. There's 3 other that will ship in that time frame. April, January, February, March, April, February, March, April. Yeah. Just different strategies, different types of games. I think at least one other game will go in this October Next Fest. At least one game will go in this October Next Fest, regardless of the outcome of what these next 3 games of release do. Be a lot of games, man. A lot of games. I would like to have. I'd like to have the game in the October Next Fest be an auto battler. That's the ideal. I just think the auto battler festival is either going to be like swamped, packed of games, and you die, or it'll be um less games anticipated but high hype. I mean, it could go the way of less games, no hype, but it's a Steam featured one, so I know what the baseline of the Steam visibility on those festivals are, even for the shit festivals. I don't mean shit third party ones. I mean shit like just it's not a good match for Steam to really run a festival on. Or it's a lower ranking festival in terms of what the visibility will yield. I'm actually surprised you started Game Ginger. Like, okay, a couple things. I'm surprised you started game with a team. Okay, I'm surprised you started game and then you started with a team. Not because I thought you'd be done game dev, but I figured you'd just be wiped from all the life stuff in that game. But it's been enough time from all Hail the Orb that you've had time off, you've recovered. Okay, that makes sense. Team is like, even low cost, it's just additional risk. And there's the dynamic of working with more people, but then you worked with people in the first game, so I guess that's not incredibly shocking. Okay. And then the last thing I was going to say was, I mean, I guess how long can you really wait, right? But I was going to say, you're so close in the next half of the announcements of the festivals and stuff that and for the timing of game, I would have just waited. I would have waited until like, what is it, second week of August. By then you'll have the next announcement half of the festivals of January 2027 to like June 2027. And my game would have probably aligned around that. Like the games I'm talking about right now are aligned to the upcoming festivals. But if the development cycle is a year, then you're kind of stuck. No, you're not stuck because if they announce now for the next half of whatever, so in August, second week of August, they announce you have January, February, March, April, May, 5-ish months plus the remaining of September, October, November, December, 9 months. And then you factor in that your demo is probably going to be, you mean start to finish, so 1 year, 3 months minus for release and polish and feedback and all that. That gives you 9 months for the development cycle. That actually lines up perfect. You have a demo in 3 months, but then your time won't be a year though. Well, unless you're a demo in 3 months and then like hyper polish for 9. But by polish I meant like add content as well to that. Just like continue the story of whatever the game would be. Just different approaches. Okay, so if I do that and I play this again with the enemy progress changed. I think that's just too short notice. Oh fuck. Oh fuck. Lost. I believe. I can do this. No. Oh. I think his attack is a little too weak on what he does. But what I could do is I could have it that you temporarily can't just nuke him. I could shield him. No, if I shield him, you're just going to go attack the enemies. And I'd have to like probably pause some, or delay some of his attack. So it's not super punishing. I think the spread is just on the boss. Like I think it's too slow for one. I think I'm willing to give them a moment for the time that the boss triggers and spawns to when that will like give them a little moment opportunity to clear out a bunch of the waves that linger. It could critically flop and could do well. I'd be happy regardless. That's a good question for me, actually, Ginger. What does it mean if the games flop? Well, we chatted a little about this. I think all 3 games flop. It would feel bad. If one game succeeds and success is just, for me, is like just literally, let's say 100K gross sales. Given the timeline and the involvement of everyone, it's like anything that hits 100K gross is like auto win. Even after you factor out everything else. Because outside of stock and I am not, I'm full-time, but I'm divided across all 3 games. Stock is the only person who's technically full-time. But let's be real, he's in the Philippines on a beach. And a bunch of the time, he was not full-time. So then nobody's actually full-time. Everyone's really technically part-time. Then it means, yeah, 100K gross, even with Steam Cut, even with VAT refunds and rev share, everybody walks out winning at 100K gross. Like, not like stellar or buying Lambos or anything. But at that point, any games that hit that, it meets the threshold of like, okay, this is RO positive that paid out the game and paid for time to invest elsewhere. Anything below that would be quote unquote net negative cost. In terms of we took on a cost that we gave up something to do. Do you think that being involved in 3 separate projects breaks your flows? No. It's actually super helpful for me. I actually like when I can bounce between all 3 and I'm not blocked by anyone. Like right now, it's kind of good. It's actually really good right now because Mining Dwarfs is like done aside from my aspects and like some minor stuff Zoc still has, I think. Like very, very minor. It's like secondary pass, maybe random bug fixes if I find a bug. That's like, and it's already gone through tons of like play testing and play bot tests, and it would have to be an edge case. Or on something you added at the tail end of commits. And just keep fishing. I'm unblocked by everything. I've duct taped everything I need in place to do what I need without Thomas. Now Thomas is in the land of like polish, art, juice, actually putting things outside my placeholders. Like I have a placeholder gem of a different color for like other currency. Because I'm like, go find a different currency model. But right now it's just like, hey, the gem that's for 1,000, it's like purple for 1,000,000, it's green for 100 million, it's red for 1 trillion, and like it works. And then Orebreaker is Andy just added enough in the last 2 days that I don't have anything I could really point to and ask or say I'm blocked in this, like, me. There's obviously things that I've communicated to him on the project about, like, hey, this still needs polish, but they're all things on his list. Like, this could be better. The boss animation needs to be better. We need to find a better, like, victory sound. The trumpet's no good. But for me right now, no. So I wake up in my day. I'm like, what do I want to work on? What do I feel like the least resistance? And then it's like, oh, I'm going to work on that. And then when I'm tired of this, I'm like, okay, let's go open up the other project and work on that. And it's usually enough to just let me switch between each other for a whole day. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, this is like super enemy spawn. Okay, the spread needs to be updated. But we're close. Oh, wait. There, I got off the treadmill before it does the auto force stop. All right. Oh yeah. Okay, let's move the treadmill in. Ooh. Oh, there's no. I forgot I turned off the music. Sorry, guys. You're just sitting here in like absolute silence. I had the headset off because having it on all day is too much for me, and I keep telling myself to get earbuds, but I never do it. And do. Oi! Alright, what's everyone else up to? I know what Ginger's up to. He's cooking. Lurkers, rise up. I know Jason's watching Chris. You're cooking too, Trench? What are you cooking on, though? You got 50 agents running now? Thomas, no, you're not. Let's see. He's full of shit. Guys, let me go here. Fishing village, get full. Okay, he is cooking. Okay. Never mind. I stand corrected. Okay. I will take back what he said. What I said. I'm finishing the second chapter. Don't you have a game due soon, weird kid? What's your release date now, right? Uh, what's the game called? Something AI? Oh, I'm not gonna remember. Goddamn, where's the calendar? AI takeover or something? Attack of the feed the AI. Feed the AI. When was it the AI feeds me? 25th of August. Oh, you moved it a bunch. Wasn't earlier than that before? And whatever, August 24th, 25th, you got plenty of time. You got the same amount of time as I do, but you just got shipped one game. Ease, boys, ease. I've seen a game called Warbreaker. It just looks like this. What do you mean, Biley? They're not even close to the same game. I like how Weird Kid Games says this game was made this way because I think it's them. They can't do art. They're like, I need to be able to do everything with like generated and shaders. I'm like, that's a clever way. That's such a typical fucking dev answer. Well, that's the sweetest thing that I just saw in that whole trailer like this. This is what I need to tell Andy. Andy, listen. Listen to this, Andy. You're not even probably lurking, but listen anyways. The boss animations in Orbreaker need to have this. Oh my goodness. Look at this. Look how good that feels. You just need the trailer to end with like a fucking full explosion. You need the tension to build up and then release it. All right, Ginger, let's see. Nice, nice, Ginger. You're cooking. Look at that. It does remind me of that one game. Not my. What's that one game? Fuck, I always get the Reddit ads. It's the boat. It's the boat that just gives me the vibe of it. Is it Micros? No, I'm not gonna find it. I'm not gonna remember it. Whatever. Anyways, I got a Reddit ad for a game that looks like that with that boat. Oh, I want to see how did this do? Oh, good for them. I'm actually excited for this game. Nice. Do they say how many wish lists? One of their updates? No. Okay. Oof. How did this do? This was another digging game. Wait. Oh, it did all right, or it's doing all right. Did it just release? Oh, it just released. Literally just fucking released. I like black hole. Nice. You sent me your laser on Discord. Oh my goodness. My dude, that just looks so nice. Alright, you know what? I love you, weird kid, but when your game fails, you can come find me, and I will take your beautiful looking game, and I will hacksaw the psychological hijacking into people's minds, and then the game will make millions. No. No. I think it will do well just literally from the visuals. I think it'll entice people in, so just don't fuck up with like the reviews and content. Don't go make a post about how you're not going to update the game. You know, avoid those kinds of mistakes, and I think you'll do all right. Me. I recently updated my Black Hole Itch game. Please review. How do I review that? Join the Discord and just message me. If you join my Discord, then we have a mutual server, and I allow messages to me as long as we have mutual servers. Yeah, this game just fucking printed. Oh my god, this game printed. Can't believe Thomas, you and Andy said that the cats were soulless in this game, and I was like, no. What? Yeah, I showed you and Andy. We were on a call together when I brought this up. Fuck, there's too many Thomases. You're right. We need to take them out. Hold on. Yep. Okay. Execute. Take out the contracts. The crypto's in your wallet. The Thomases have to go. All right. Do it. Wow, the calendar really filled out recently. Holy wow. Do I have it set to 500 even? Right? Yeah. Okay, but still. Damn. This game is huge. The Iron Nest game. Fuck. Really? Where's this game stand right now? Oof. Domino, it's alright, just eliminate them all. We don't need any Thomases, you know? They're all a trap, okay? Fucking trains, man. Trains.
Union Railroad Company has tasked you with expanding the rails westbound. You must build a thriving outpost, manage your workforce, excavate raw materials, establish production chains,
What a missed opportunity.
master logistics, or trade.
I sent you my cooking. I don't ignore it. The Discord notifications are suppressed a bit. Okay, here. One is supposed to be marked as do not disturb. But two on Linux, they usually don't even show up anyways. Look at this. Look. Ready? Well, you're polishing a lot more. You're cooking a better UI. Okay. Black Hole Shepherd? What is that? I don't even know about this. What is this? The fuck? Okay, it doesn't work on Linux. Look at this. What do I do? I'm just in emptiness. No. Actually, to be low-key truthful, it's probably broke on anyone who has Chrome. Because the browser will fall back on system fonts usually. So fonts wouldn't be your issue. It's likely it's broke on any Chrome. It does say web GPU unavailable. Oh wait. That's probably a Linux only issue. I forgot that the hardware acceleration for Chromium for Linux is like partially not enabled. I don't know. What computer you got? Mac? Windows? Just go open up Chrome. Just go open up Chrome and find out. No, you don't need a fallback. Just put the Steam demo, Steam playtest up. You know, put on a Steam page. I was all excited to play this, and then I read the recent reviews, and I was just disappointed. Yeah, it's like almost mixed. Sad times. The fuck is this? For the Crown? Oh, it's almost mixed. Like just barely not mixed. Oh my god, this needs some fucking love. This is where I think the trailer should start it. I'll literally think the trailer should start right here. Maybe you don't need that many. Fuck, this actually kind of looks interesting. This just looks like shit. They done goof, boys. They done goof. Puzzle logistics builder. Okay, boys. Good thing we didn't go play this game. I was almost conned. Well, this is the game that Andy and Thomas were talking about. Not Hullbreaker, this pathogenic game. What's your beef with... No, not logistics game, puzzle games, Biley. Where have you been? One day I hope I can make a game that's this cute and can get away with a base price of the... Wait, that's not what the original base price said though. Wait, what? Wait, what? Wait a second, was it in... I'm confused. Wait, what? I'm so confused. I've never seen a graph like this before. July 9th they release. And they have a price of $7.74 with discount of 15. And then they... Wait, what? How's that work? How? Wait, what? How the fuck do they do that with Steam? I've never seen a graph like this. You can't change your price up. Sorry, if you change your price, you take a 30-day cooldown penalty. You can't do it while you're discounted. So what I'm confused is how the game gets recognized as $12.74 price with a discount of minus 15%. And then here it says the price is actually $12.25 with minus 41%. And then Thursday rechanges itself to $12.74 minus 15%. And then it's $12.25 minus 41%. What the fuck? Wait. No, it's in the US. Is it only that, or do they all reflect that weird graph? No, they all do it. What the fuck? Is there another site that does price tracking? Maybe SteamDB had a bug? Maybe it had a bug and it took a bundle instead of the actual listing somehow? I've never seen that, ever. And look, no, they launched with 15%. Do you think it's this? The supporter pack somehow glitched it? I guess they fucked up the supporter pack somehow. All right, boys, 8-hour stream. I'm gonna go take a nap and then I'm gonna go lock back in. So enjoy the rest of your day. Does it break your streak if I start another stream today? Yeah, I'll kill streaks, I think. Really? Oh, it's not like a day streak? That sucks. Okay, then I won't do it. Just do it. No, no, Trench. Don't hurt the others. Well, technically those who sub could just watch the VOD and then the streak counts, which I didn't even know was a thing, to be honest. Whose streak are you protecting? Many people, Biley. Did you remove subs only VODs? No, what? No. There's sub VODs. It's still there. On YouTube, I occasionally do go into the channel and just unmark the VODs. No, I mean the fact that only subs can watch them, yeah. Exactly. That's been that way for a long time. I just wish that if you were a Turbo user, that you would be able to watch those as well. If there's an option for that, I'd 100% enable it. It's like one of the few features I wish Twitch would actually add. Because Turbo users are contributing as well. And if you're a Turbo user and you watch the VOD, like, I should just get a portion of that from the Turbo revenue anyways, just like they normally do if you're watching the live stream. So it's a win-win for everyone. Like, I don't know why Twitch doesn't do that and try and incentivize more people over to Turbo. I think low-key they don't incentivize Turbo as much because it kind of kills the lifetime value of a user, how much they can make on subbing across like multiple channels. So, like, once you get rid of ads with Turbo, I guess emotes, but man, emotes are emotes. All right, boys. I'm gonna end. I'm gonna head out. Have a great day. Enjoy the rest of your day. See ya, I guess, tomorrow. Bye.